China, North Korea, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. They may be watching this right now. Our military should not be mistaken for a cable news gabfest show. We don't care what you look like. We don't care who you voted for, who you worship, what you worship, who you love. It doesn't matter if your dad left you millions when he died or if you knew who your father was. We have been honed into a machine of lethal moving parts that you would be wise to avoid if you know what's good for you. We will not be intimidated. We will not back down. We don't want war. But if you want war with the United States of America, there's one thing I can promise you, so help me God. Someone else will raise your sons and daughters.
Make it clear that the views expressed by our host are not simply the official stance of NBR views. Remember, this is all about having...
So welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. 'Cause these are my people.
Lady Liberty Foundation is an organization dedicated to bridging the gap between active military, veterans, first responders, and their everyday resources that they desperately need. We are founded by God-fearing
Hey guys, Noelle here. In honor of our soldiers, our military personnel that are currently deployed right now, I wanted to take the time to personally thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for all that you guys do, even the veterans. I also wanted you guys to see our team and what they had written to you guys personally. I wish you all nothing but love and respect.
Hey y'all, welcome to the Big Grizz Show. Today, hey, it's Red Friday. You guys remember everybody deployed. We are starting quite a bit about an hour earlier than normal. I do have the TFO Washington State Director. He will be on in about an hour. But we have another special live. We have Noelle with Lady Liberty Foundation. She is doing her 9/11 tribute. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to bring her up on the stage. You guys we're not going to be able to talk back and forth with her, but you can watch what she does with her painting. So I'm going to bring her up, and here she is. That's not the right one. Hang on a sec, guys. There we go. So she is doing her 9/11 tribute painting. It's going to be an amazing thing. I know we can't talk back and forth to her, and I'm not getting an echo, which is amazing. But you guys can hear she got music going, and you guys can hear the conversation. Hang on a sec. But that's her music in the background playing. I mean, there we go. But no, we will have I will have a TFO guest on here shortly. So you guys, yes. Yes, the phone lines are open on my end. And yes, for any of you guys listening, it is on Roku and Amazon Fire Stick. Yeah, it's MB Radio. Just now. Okay. Whenever you can. Here, I'm sharing the screen. Uh, so it looks to me, y'all, like she's doing Lady Liberty. No, it's this is a good tribute. Now you guys listen. We can hear her, but but oh yeah, yes, I can hear. Yes, I can. Yes. So I'm trying to relay everything as it goes. So today we have here in a little bit we'll be put Noel in the background, and I'll be bringing my guest up. He is the Washington State Director of TFO, the Fallen Outdoors. and we will be talking about what TFO is doing at events right now, what they're bringing up, what the plan for Washington is, and trying to get more vets into the outdoors. So yes, we will be having like I said, the director of TFO on, and we will be talking with him, and another one of our hosts just jumped in.
Hello.
No, so this is one of our other hosts. This is Red. So Red, we can hear them talking. We just can't talk to them. Okay. And here when TFO gets on here, I'll be putting you guys in the background.
Okay.
Until my interview's done with him, and then I'll bring in her back up. Now, what she's doing, I had to mute her background because they're talking on TikTok and stuff. But when we have questions or if we want to talk to her, we can ask the question, I'll unmute it, and then they can talk more to us. But she's doing her 9/11 tribute, which I mean, obviously that definitely looks like little Lady Liberty going on right now, Statue of Liberty. But no, it looks like we're gonna be back in full swings of stuff with Lady Liberty now that she's relaxed from her surgeries and she's good to go. Lady Liberty, now that she's relaxed from her surgeries and she's good to go. Oh, that was a bad echo. Did you hear that? Red, you there?
Yes, I am.
Wow, that was really weird.
Was that you talking?
Yeah, but it was like super delayed. I'm not 100% on that one. I was totally confused.
I'm not sure. Well, hey, at least now I know you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. No, I don't know what her plan. Dang it. I didn't see, this is weird. I didn't pick the destination they're telling me, and I don't use that one, so I don't know what's going on. But whatever. I checked. There wasn't supposed to be anybody live today. That's the only reason I started it, and now it's something with a destination I don't even use. It's saying I was kicking people off, and Joel's hearing about it. I don't understand. I don't get none of it.
Oh, okay.
But how you been?
Man, I've been doing good.
Good. What have you been doing?
Sleeping? No. Hey, Grizz, I've been busy. I've been trying to learn more about podcasting. Truthfully, I mean, that's really what majority of my time has been on, and being on YouTube and that type stuff. And just trying to learn a little bit about everything.
Yeah. So have you got that mic? You got that mixer all hooked up? How you liking it?
Well, I mean, I kind of like it. I still have a few little this and that I need to learn.
Just kinda, huh?
Yeah. That's what I probably, when I was talking to you earlier this week, I probably should have been talking to you a little bit more about that. But I don't know if you can hear me good. I guess everything's going okay, though.
Oh, I can hear you.
Does it sound okay?
Oh yeah, no, it sounds normal. It doesn't have an echo in the background. It doesn't have nothing.
All right. Well, that's awesome then. I'm happy with that. No, but Grizz, I've been trying to learn a little bit more, about the, about all the different platforms we broadcast out to, and just trying to learn more about it, how to make sure everybody gets to see the things that we like to share, through the radio program. Of course, most of that, you guys know it, and I'm learning. So just trying to learn some stuff on my own, though.
Oh, okay. Nice. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, it's really not. Then I was just talking to I got a good friend of mine I met, maybe 6, 7. Well, now that I think about it, it's probably in 2015 or 16. And he does stuff for other people, just trying to find meaning. And he got lost out in the Pacific Ocean last year for quite a while. And anyway, he's about to start his voyage again. And I'm going to be trying to work with him a little bit. He just really likes to help others. And it's just for humanity is really the big thing. He goes and he operates on $10 a day, and him and his rowboat.
Well, here you go. You sound just fine.
Good.
But so your buddy was lost in the Pacific Ocean?
Yes, and pretty much in the Southern Pacific. Listen, let me tell you how I met this guy. I met him in Biloxi, Mississippi, and down there on the coast. You see, it's 175 I got on, right? That's at the Biloxi Yacht Club. It's one of the second or third largest yacht club in the United States. And anyway, this guy Aaron came by, and he was just asking little, about this, about that, and tried to telling me his story. He was canoeing. He had started canoeing from up in the Dakotas and came all the way down through the Mississippi River into the Gulf of Mexico. And he started voyaging east to the western coast of Florida.
Okay.
And anyway, so he did that, and he was in a canoe, Grizz. And this is continuous.
That's
pretty neat. And he did it, but he was doing it. And since then, I think he started up near Seattle, Washington, off the Washington coast. And he traveled in this boat they call Smiles. It's like a 23 or 24-foot rowing vessel. And anyway, he went all the way down to someplace in southern Mexico, maybe even South America. And then he started out on his voyage west into the Pacific. And he's actually, here's what's really amazing. This is a year ago, but his boat capsized. He lost all, everything he had on the boat, this little solar panels. And so he's just kind of out there on his own, just the the Pacific Ocean and him, and the air, is silent besides the water. And he made it for quite a few days until he was finally rescued. And that's been about a year ago. And recently, back in the first part of July, his boat was spotted by another sailing vessel, and it was near Fiji. And anyway, he's gone down to that island there in Fiji, and they have repaired that boat, repainted, and he is on the way to the rest of his voyage around the world. A single man, solo rowboat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and you're going to be hearing more about him on my shows, and we're going to be sharing. That's another reason why I'm trying to, learn a lot of these other things, because I want to share his story and be a part of it. Talking about freedom from struggle, buddy, and even with my travel, talk about just going. You know what I mean? He's just going and rowing along.
That's awesome.
It's cool, man. It really is neat, So
well, it's really cool that nothing happened to him.
No, he made it. He survived. And he was found in that big ocean. Now, man, I don't know. the search was, I think they were about ready to give up on it because they hadn't spotted him, and they had checked out all the ocean currents and, where the area that he could have been, could have floated off to, or, man, they found him. There was a lot of boats that were in part of, I was following it on Facebook, me and several other of his friends that he's met along the way. And we followed it, man. It did, I had that hope, but then I was just kind of like, you had to get to that acceptance point. You didn't know if he was going to be found, and of course he was. And now the story continues. The voyage continues, Grizz.
Hey, that's awesome though. Is he going to do something else like that again, or?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They just had the boat repaired, and they painted it this really bright canary yellow. It was white before. Okay, now it's canary yellow. He has his sponsors' names, and people that he's met along the way, all imprinted on the sides of the boat. And of course, he's got his solar panels that are up there. Hopefully, they won't get lost in a storm or a rogue wave this time. But man, the stories he's got, Grizz, we're gonna have to share these things, man.
I'd be afraid of like whales and everything else. Not to mention in the Pacific Ocean in a canoe. Come on.
Well, now this is a glorified canoe, this boat. Part of it's like a shell that I guess is supposed to be, where it shouldn't sink. It should always float and upright itself. But out there who knows, right? But he's repainted this thing. He's got a bunch of folks. They even was able to provide a Starlink system to this particular island that he's at, so they can have a constant communication, because things were being done a lot with fiber optics. I got to hear more about it and everything, to really talk smart about it or knowledgeable of it. But I just know little bits and pieces. But because of his efforts and just, helping serve humanity, just being part of humanity and being humane through all the different countries, and he's just doing his thing, man. He's a cancer survivor, and he's an athlete, and he's a hero in so many people's sense. It's pretty amazing guy, but simple. Such an amazing but simple guy.
So what do you do? Just stay like next to the shore so he could get to land to sleep, or do you sleep on his canoe?
No.
I mean, it sounds like a lot.
No, listen, I want to say he was almost 2 months or 3 months across the Pacific rowing. Okay.
How is that even possible?
Dude, he just rows, man. He just rows.
I know, but you got waves and wind. I've been in the Pacific Ocean. It's not like it's an easy thing to go through, and that's even with a motor.
Hey, well, imagine yourself on a 23-foot vessel, and a portion of it, almost a third or half of it is like a capsule, and the other part is just like an open deck with no sides, mind you. Okay, just the lifeline things that go around, right?
Yeah.
And you're rowing. You have 2 rows, and you're rowing, and that's what he was doing. And like I said, man, he didn't hit land. He was out there in the middle of the deep blue sea, okay, in the Pacific Ocean, thousands of miles from any land.
Yeah, that's insane. So he slept on his canoe. He had to sleep on his canoe, right?
Oh yes, he slept on this big canoe. Yes,
he
slept on it. He lived on it. He fished from it. That's how he had started living mainly off the fish. And of course, he was catching fish. We need to get him on a fishing show. But
extreme canoe fishing,
dude, in the middle of the Pacific, where almost everything you might get a bite of is bigger than you.
That's insane.
I'll have to share more with you when we're off the air and let you see what I'm talking about, Grizz.
Yeah,
it's amazing. It is really amazing. Like I said, he was out there thousands of miles from land, And that's a big ocean, Grizz. It's a big ocean.
Yeah.
And he was found. His boat was not found, and then almost a year later, his boat's been found. And now they've repainted the boat, repaired the boat, repainted it, resupplied it, put everything on there he needs. And I'm sure he learned some things from his last little voyage, things that might have been missing or things that maybe could have been installed in a better way or a better spot on the boat, on the vessel, I'll say. And anyway, and so this boat, I guess this boat, the islands, it was, I don't know, it was 1,700 miles or 1,800 miles it floated alone till it was found. It's an amazing story. He's an adventurer, this guy.
That sounds like a lot. I mean, I like going out in the ocean and fishing, and I'd rather be on a boat with a big motor.
Hey, not even one motor, 2 or 3 motors.
Yeah, right.
Right.
I mean,
I got a habit of going out on these cruise ships,
Well, I've been on a cruise and
but I've never decided to go on a canoe. But hey, in my commercial on the Just Go Travel show, and that one commercial or ad that I had, doesn't matter if you're going by plane, train, automobile, or rowboat, it doesn't matter. That's where I got the rowboat thing from. If you've ever heard that, that's where the rowboat came from.
I've watched Plane, Trains, and Automobiles. It's a great movie. It's a great movie.
It is. But my man throws a rowboat into the voyage. It's crazy. Like I said, I'll be sharing more. Yep, I would say that's the
you need to get him on your show and talk about that whole experience.
Well, I'm hoping to have him on tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Truthfully, I want to bring him on, or at least get a recording, because he's getting close to being ready to shove off again. And he'll be going, he'll go and he'll have to go over there in the Pacific to go south of Australia.
Okay.
And then come up the tip of that, and then eventually, go around the south coast of Africa. And that, man, both of those locations, that's some high seas down there.
So, Red, and I know that you guys are listening on TikTok and stuff, that you can hear me. So, Stacy, if you can relay this, I'm gonna pull you guys off the stage for now. I got my guest here, so stick around. We'll be talking to him, and when he's done, we'll bring it back up and see where Noel's at on that aspect and let everybody see. So, I'm just gonna put you in the background for now, so stick around. I mean, if you got anything to do, go for it. But I'm gonna bring my guest up, and we'll go from there. Okay.
All right, Grizz, we'll be watching.
All right.
All right, later.
So welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. 'Cause these are my people.
Lady Liberty Foundation is an organization dedicated to bridging the gap between active military, veterans, first responders, and their everyday resources that they desperately need. We are founded by God-fearing
patriots. Noel here. In honor of our soldiers, our military personnel that are currently deployed right now, I wanted to take the time to personally thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for all that you guys do, even the veterans. I also wanted you guys to see our team and what they had written to you guys personally. I wish you all nothing but love and respect.
A lot of us came home with some real emotional baggage, and not everybody understands how to deal with that, and not everybody wants to hear about it. My wife doesn't want to hear about the stuff I did in Afghanistan. I don't want her to hear about it. It's the current of the wind that's whipping us around.
Technically, TFO was founded in 2009, top of a mountain in Afghanistan on a little outpost called OP Avalanche.
We don't cater just to a certain category like disabled veterans or veterans who have retired. We cater to all veterans. If you served one day in the United States military, you know you're a brother or a sister to our organization.
Oh, we do it all. I mean, anything outdoors, we do kayaking trips, bass trips, spoonbill trips in Oklahoma, tuna trips in the East Coast, do bow fishing trips, salmon out here, sturgeon trips, ducks. Oh my word. We run a lot of duck trips. If you want to capture it or harvest it, we can help you do it for absolutely no cost. But there's trips going out every day. There's opportunity to meet with like-minded veterans.
Oh, this one's getting hit.
Frank loves fish.
I think a few of the challenges that veterans face would be the fact that you just kind of feel a little bit out of place when you get home. I had just lost a bunch of friends overseas, was going through a divorce, just life was not going the way that I kind of expected it to go. And I found myself sitting in the boat on a lake all the time. It took me probably a half a year worth of trips to figure out that was a way that I was healing.
It's like a wildfire. It's contagious, and that's really what motivates our staff to conduct these trips is how many veterans can I fix, can I connect with, create my own network, and just help our brothers and sisters stay on Earth.
The Fallen Outdoors means the world to me. It's my legacy. It's what I'll leave behind. To see it over time just grow and grow, starting on a little top of a mountain in Afghanistan and to where it is now, it's crazy.
I always tell you, you're one trip away from your new best friend.
Hey, welcome back to the Big Grizz Show. We're gonna take a pause with Lady Liberty. We'll be back with her so you guys can see the outcome. Well, if there's an outcome. But hey, welcome to the show, Josh. How are you?
I'm doing great, Grizz. How are you?
I've had a hard week. We just found out. I don't know. You might have seen it. He's he's a fisherman. He's probably my age around here. Just passed away this week. He was the founder of Weird Beard Fishing, and he's an ambassador for Nico Baits. And we just found out. I think I just found out it was either Tuesday or Wednesday that he had passed away that night in his sleep. So dealing with that, didn't like really know him, but I fished with him, so I knew him from that. And it just sucks because he's young. I mean, he may be 40, so it's just one of those, like Shane. A lot of guys knew who he was.
Right.
It's just
Sorry to hear that, brother.
Stuff happens.
It does,
So,
unfortunately.
When did you enlist?
Originally 2002, not long after 9/11. I started talking to a recruiter probably 30-45 days after 9/11. I can remember to this day, man, I was working in a steel mill in Ohio, and I was like, the shit end of the stick. I was sweeping up metal shavings in a lathe shop. We had like one TV up in the corner, and that's where I was when I watched the towers fall. It did something, So I joined in 2002 originally with the U.S. Air Force, actually, believe it or not.
Okay.
I went through 6 months of training down in Gulfport, golf court, Mississippi, with the at the CB base down there, right, with the Navy. They taught me. I joined the Air Force for to be a structural apprentice. So basically, I went for 6 months for school down there, and they taught us everything from drywall, doors, windows, tile, siding, metal fabrication, welding, roofing, you name it. Anything that had to do with, facilities on a base and how to fix it. That's what we learned in about 6 months down there. And then I ended up getting stationed out at Beale Air Force Base in California for my first tour. I did a pretty short tour with the Air Force. It was only 3 years. I initially signed for a 6-year contract. By 2008, they were offering voluntary early outs to just about anybody. Air Force was trying to cut some numbers. I would say young and dumb at the time.
Yeah, I think we all were.
Right. And I was bored with my job. Like I said, they put me through some pretty extensive training to learn everything they wanted me to know. And then by the time I got to the base, I ended up fixing door handles and patching drywall holes in the barracks that my own friends had punched or threw somebody through or whatever it was, I never deployed with the Air Force the Air Force was pretty cut and dry, at least at Beale. Their mission out there at Beale was a spy plane aviation mission. So we were just support for the base. So I got bored with it and I walked away after 3 years in the Air Force. And then, of course, the 8-year service obligation. So 5 years later, I was still sitting in the IRR program. So fast forward to 2009, I had moved back to Ohio, where I'm originally from California. Mom wasn't doing very good. She ended up passing away about 8 months after I got back there. And, as life does to you sometimes, kind of started to spiral. So I walked back into a recruiting office for the second time. At that point, rejoined in 2010, just Army the second time.
Oh, you went to good branch. Okay.
Correct. I did stay an engineer, but I switched from, the structural side of the house to the horizontal side of the house. And I had a specialty in concrete and asphalt equipment operator. Unknown to me, when I took that job coming into the Army, I did not realize how small that job was in the active duty side of the house anyways. Once I got to Fort Stewart, Georgia, I quickly realized when they threw me in a 12-man detachment that, that was a very small part of the engineer world. And there was most of the concrete and asphalt jobs around base were contracted out. So we fell in with the dirt boys, and essentially right off the bat, I started switching away from concrete and asphalt and into operating bulldozers, excavators, dump trucks, pretty much everywhere. Every time we went somewhere, including Afghanistan in 2013, like I was like dedicated pretty much right away to haul our equipment everywhere we went. So
yeah,
983s. 50 some foot trailers, hauling bulldozers through the mountains of Afghanistan. It was a trip.
Well, that's got to be fun.
It was interesting.
I've been in those mountains. They're not easy.
No. Have you ever tried driving up one of those mountain roads with a 40,000-pound bulldozer on a trailer behind you? Because it's a little bit sketchy.
No, we walked a lot.
Right. Yeah.
We didn't do all that. We walked a lot.
Yeah. So that was that first deployment. And then I come back from that deployment. I picked up orders to Joint Base Lewis McChord, where I'm currently at now. And I came to Triple Nickel on JBLM. I was there for about a year. Yeah, I was there for about a year. And I think it was 2016 when they did a force reclass with my MLS. So I was a 12 Victor. They were taking 12 Victor away from active duty, going to National Guard and Reserve only. we could either get out and follow the MLS or it was a force-free class.
Yeah.
So of course I go talk to retention and I tell them, all right, look, man, like I'm a blue collar boy, man. I need a hands-on job, like I'll stay in. I want to finish up, want to retire. I would like a pension before that disappears too, and that's how I got to where I'm at now, which is in aviation. So now I'm a 15 Romeo,
Which is
have been since 2016. So that's an Apache mechanic.
okay. Oh, fun! You get to work on them.
Yeah. So as a matter of fact, they sent me to school in Virginia. Right away, I got back. They did an interpost transfer. I moved from North Fort over to Main Post to the flight line. I got attached to the ASB over here in a Bravo company. And ever since 2016, I have been working on what we call phases, right? Phase maintenance. So essentially, we'll every 500 of flight hours on an Apache helicopter, they come into the hangar. We clean them, inspect them, tear them all the way down to a bare frame, repair anything, replace all O-rings, filters, nuts and bolts that have gone bad, clean up any corrosion, and then rebuild the helicopter and retest all the electronics and weapon systems, and then send it back to the line.
Wow, I got in 04, I got to re-enlist in Iraq in an Apache. Well, not in the Apache, but they hung a flag off one of the rotor blades, and I re-enlisted there. And my commander at the time, my CO, one of his best friends was a pilot, so they picked me up and let me sit in there and flew me around Balad. They didn't go outside the wire, just kind of a little circle, but
nice.
It was cool. I mean, I can say, hey, I got to fly in an Apache. Did I do anything other than that? No, I put the helmet on and I got to look around. That was about it.
Right. Yeah, it's funny you say that because, some of the older Apache guys back in the day remember the time where some of the crew chiefs used to do test flights in the front seat of the Apaches with some of the maintenance test pilots, but that program stopped after a while, after a couple of incidents. But, fast forward to 2017, man. I deployed with 4-6 Cavalry, the Apache unit on JBLM, over to Iraq. Did the same thing for them. I brought a phase team with me. It was me, another staff sergeant, and 10 Joes. We were, attached to them as their phase team to continue rebuilding these helicopters just downrange for them. So we did that in Iraq. I actually got to do a pretty cool thing while I was in Iraq as well. Talked them into load me up on a Chinook with a couple of my battles. We flew over to the embassy in Baghdad, dropped off some civilians, whipped out a flag, and I got to re-enlist on the flight line of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then we flew back to Camp Taji after that.
So
that was kind of cool.
I was at Taji before there was a camp there.
Gotcha.
We stayed in a tent. So, I mean, with me, I enlisted in 99. I was actually on leave back home when 9/11 happened, and I just knew. I mean, I knew. And at that point, my mom knew.
Right.
It dawned on her.
Yeah.
And I honestly forgot where this was going now. My brain is so bad. I got hit with an RPG and landed on the back of my head. I didn't get hit with the RPG, but it hit the rig I was on, and it caused a TBI. And I mid-sentence will forget what I'm talking about. Like, that just happened live on the air. So imagine that.
I can understand that, man. I have been fortunate enough in my military career so far. I'm just about at 18 years, but I've been to Afghanistan, I've been to Iraq, been to Kuwait, been to Germany, but I have been fortunate enough to not get put into a bad situation where I have really got hurt too bad. But I have a lot of friends around me that struggle with a lot of things. Two of my best friends, both of them struggle with PTSD. Both of them have had some TBI injuries during their time in service, and I mean, I see it affect a lot of veterans all the time. I mean, that kind of goes hand in hand with the organization that we're volunteering for here.
It really does.
Yeah. I mean, it helps a lot of those guys that just struggle with day-to-day task, or being able to get like out of their brain to just be in the public with others, and whether it's just be a fishing trip with a bunch of people they don't know, or whether just as simple as going to get groceries from the store. I know that some of my friends, sometimes they, that's even too much,
It's too much. I have a hard time doing. I mean, I'm getting better. My wife's helped me tremendously, and I'm slowly getting better at going out around lots of people that I don't want to be around.
Yeah. Do you do concerts at all?
I haven't in a while.
Gotcha.
In a long time. Actually. But I had to be pretty much not in my head. I had to definitely be under the influence to even go into a group like that.
Right.
But I've been through to a few concerts since I've been out, and it just seems to be getting worse the older I get. Honestly, like I don't want to be around a crap load of people. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of it, like with me, is losing half of my vision because of my TBI. I mean, that has slowed me down so much that I don't like putting myself in those positions where I can't see everything that's going on.
Right.
You know, I have no peripheral vision. It really looks like I'm looking through an optic all the time. And so if anybody comes close to me that I don't know, it's just one of those situations I stick clear of now.
Right.
Because of that. But hey, you guys, you're listening to the Big Grizz Show on Military Broadcast Radio. We are live on Roku TV, Amazon Fire Stick. We got to take a quick break, and I'm going to play a TFO ad about their fowl hunting in Washington, bird hunting. I don't want you guys to think I was saying something weird. It's just bird hunting. All different types of birds. But hey, you guys stay tuned. We'll be back here in 4 minutes, and we'll get more into with Josh on his deployments and where he's at nowadays and how he became the director, the team lead of TFO in Washington. Stay tuned.
Duck hunting is a big part of outdoor culture here in the Pacific Northwest. It's the number of species that sets it apart. And it's also what drew Brandon here and inspired him to help fellow veterans.
I grew up in Missouri, duck hunting there, and came out here about 13 years ago to Washington State and started hunting here and got more involved with the community and met some of my best friends through the waterfowl. Dion Hess said, hey, why don't we do a hunt at the refuge on Veterans Day? And I was like, that's a great idea, but it's a federal holiday. They'll never let us on. He says, let me work some magic. Next thing you know, we're out here and we get the whole refuge to ourselves that day. It's a wonderful experience.
With this year's annual hunt taking place on Veterans Day, Brandon invited 3 veterans from Grizzly to join. They came a day early to learn the nuances of northern Pacific duck hunting. For Devontario, this was his first hunt of any kind, so he had to be ready to learn and adapt on the fly.
No, I wasn't nervous about it at all. I've always heard great things about duck hunting. I got friends that done a lot of duck hunting. It was just never the right time or the place for me, but I finally, everything lined up.
Meredith had spent time in a deer stand before, but never a duck blind.
So duck hunting's a little bit harder than deer hunting because a lot of times, you're shooting a static animal and it's not necessarily with a shotgun, which has a kind of a limited range. So the thing I learned was just be persistent. Eventually it'll fall.
I think the biggest mistake that new duck hunters make is that they don't want to take the shot. In my opinion, if you got a duck in and someone's saying, take that shot, just have it, just take the shot.
Our third hunter, Nicholas, was a seasoned duck hunter, but Pacific fowl was new to him.
So the first duck I shot today was a surf scoter, and it came in like a missile out of nowheres, and when it flew by, thankfully I was able to shoot it. Me and the guy in the layout blind with me, we both doubled up on a scoter this morning. That's the first scoter I've ever shot. It was one of my target ducks I really wanted to have when I come out here, and it's beautiful.
It didn't take long for the hunters to catch on and start dropping ducks. Duck hunting is perfect for newbies. Plenty of target opportunities. And unlike other types of hunting, you can converse with the hunters next to you.
Well, it's nice because you don't have to be quiet. So a lot of vets have a hard time, sitting still, being quiet. In a duck blind, you can wiggle around a little bit. You can talk back and forth. You can converse. It's just a little more relaxed type of hunting.
Duck hunting isn't the easiest activity to get into. You need a knowledge of duck species, hunting grounds can be hard to find, the gear can get pretty expensive. But thanks to the Fallen Outdoors, a couple dozen veterans got to have a shot at it.
That's the thing that the Fallen Outdoors brings, is just a sense of camaraderie and just togetherness with people that have had similar experiences to you, and it's just something that can't be replaced.
Opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent.
Find us on the web at mbradio.us.
Hey, welcome back to the Big Grizz Show. Thank you for sticking around. For those of you on Roku TV and Amazon Fire Stick, I always say I can't see your comments, but our phone lines are open if you would like to call or text and to either talk to me and to Josh. On that note, how many you had said you never really you had deployments obviously, but you didn't have the I don't want to say combat deployments, but you didn't see that side of it, correct?
Pretty much, yeah. I had some close calls a couple of times. There was a couple of times in Afghanistan. It was near misses. Thank God they don't aim well over there.
Yeah, they sure don't.
I watched missiles buzz right across the top of our fob a few times at Fob Hadrian in Afghanistan. We were at another small fob. We were condensing a motor pool one time. This is Afghanistan still, southern Afghanistan. We were condensing a small motor pool, and we had broke for lunch, and we had left all of our equipment in this motor pool that we were tearing down. We had just got done loading up these big concrete structures onto the trailer, taking apart some bunkers, walked back to the chow hall. No sooner than we grabbed the chow hall door, we heard the boom. Man, we'd have been real close if we'd have still been there that time. They hit some civilian contractors' construction equipment that was sitting about 50 yards away from where we were just at with a missile, and then shot a second one. And that one, same, we watched it fly right over the top of the fob and hit the mountainside behind us, and then, we were obviously running into bunkers at that point. That was Afghanistan. Other than, a couple of vehicles interrogating our construction equipment convoys a few times, happened to have an Apache fly over a few times over our routes, to kind of just show force and back people off. That was pretty much the extent. The 2013 deployment, like anything scary. We had a guy get ran over by a truck in Afghanistan, the back of his leg. That was probably
like army truck or
yeah. In the construction world, man, you operate with some very heavy equipment.
Yes.
And in our motor pool, we have fueler trucks, right?
Okay.
Well, those fueler trucks have 8 wheels, and they all turn. Every wheel turns. You know what I mean? When those things turn. Well, there was one of our sergeants that was leaning against one vehicle. Somebody else was backing up a fuel truck, and the ground guide was doing a really piss poor job of paying attention to where they were moving that truck. and the guy, on accident, backed one of the tires of the fuel truck right over the back leg of a staff sergeant of ours.
Oh crap!
And it basically turned his foot into like liquid in his boot.
Oh,
yeah, it was pretty bad. He lost his leg eventually when he got back to the States. They had to do surgery. They weren't able to save it. But the last I had heard, he's still doing well. Hopefully he's utilizing Fallen Outdoors out there somewhere. I haven't talked to him in years. Matter of fact, I don't think I physically seen him after that deployment. He was already in the hospital and going through surgeries and, out processing and all sorts of stuff by the time we got back. But that's probably the worst of it in Afghanistan. Iraq was so quiet, it was almost eerie. Now, obviously, this was 2017. We were in Camp Taji. Like I told you, I was on a phase team, so we were doing heavy maintenance on the aircraft, tearing them apart and rebuilding them. So one thing about aviation that anybody out there in the military could probably tell you is that when they bring aviation assets downrange, they position them and they put them in spots heavily guarded and deep behind the wire. You know what I mean? Almost in a position that's impossible to get to them. You're talking about an Apache helicopter, man. You're looking at $40 million for one of them. We got
that expensive?
Yes.
Woo! I did not realize that.
Yeah, we got a flight line full of them. You know what I mean? So a lot of money in aviation. That was 2017, man. We were at Camp Taji, like I said, just not too far outside of Baghdad. Very quiet at the point, but at that point they had condensed Camp Taji down to a very small condensed American section, and then there was a local Iraqi national section that was on the outside of us. And some other countries' forces had different sections on the base, but we were all kind of separated by heavy, tall walls, 30-foot walls separated us. So when we convoyed out and left, you'd have to go through multiple gates in multiple sections of the camp in order to get out into the actual civilian populace over there in Iraq. It was pretty wild. So it was very quiet on the civilian side. Dude, craziest deployment ever. Like I had a chew in Iraq that had AC. It was like I was staying in a hotel room. I would literally wake up in the morning, do my PT at the gym, come back to the chew, change for the day. I walked up to the bus stop because we had to take a bus out to the flight line. Okay. I'd walk over to the Green Bean, get a mocha frappuccino.
The Green Bean.
Hop on the bus, dude, and take the bus out to the flight line like every day for 9 months. It is a way different experience than what some of these guys did. Probably yourself have seen, like earlier on in the invasion of Iraq. And
I was in the invasion. It wasn't quiet.
I'm sure it was not quiet. Yeah.
There was no Green Bean at that point.
Right. Well, I mean, even in 2013, dude, when I was in Kandahar, like I couldn't believe the boardwalk at Kandahar. I was like, we're in Afghanistan. We have a TGI Fridays on a boardwalk in the middle of the desert. It was insane. I had never seen anything like it. Like, the boardwalk around Kandahar in 2013 still had a soccer field on it. It had an ice skating rink for the winter. We had a pizza shop, a tobacco shop. I mean, you name it, dude. It was there. You could buy CDs, videos, gaming systems, whatever you wanted, dude. It was like almost like a mini mall at Kandahar. I was like, this is insane, But I mean, at that point, people have been deploying in and out of there by the thousands for going on 11, 12 years at that point. You know what I mean? So, they had developed the hell out of Kandahar by that point.
Oh yeah. That happened in Iraq. So when I first went, when I was in the invasion in 2003, there was nothing. The old army tents, those old fabric tents that seemed like they were soaked in kerosene and it had the wood pole in the center, looked like a circus tent.
Yeah, man.
That's what we stayed in for like the first 6 months. And on top
Right.
of all that, we had a flak jacket, not IBS. We there
Yeah.
it wasn't stopping nothing.
Correct.
But then when I went back in 05 or 06,
Yeah.
and went to Balad, and I'm going, there was a pool, there's a full-on PX, there's a full-on commissary, there's a Burger King, a Green Bean, all this stuff. I'm going, what the hell? We had a PX trailer that we were lucky if it stopped by us.
Yeah.
And seeing how much it changed, it was ridiculous. And at that point, I was staying in a hooch. I had a hooch or a Connex, whatever you want to call it. It had an AC, it had a 40-inch TV in it, it had a heater. And I'm going, what happened to just staying in a tent in the middle of the desert?
Right.
It was way too weird for me. I was like, holy cow.
Yeah.
It was, and then you look at these guys and they're saying, this is their deployments and stuff. I said, you went from one base to another base. It's all the same. Nothing. I don't even know how you can consider this a deployment. I mean, granted, like Germany and Korea and all of them, yeah, they're considered deployments, but I mean, you guys aren't doing nothing and you got everything. So you're just really going from a state base to a base in another country, and it's all the same.
Yeah.
I was just seeing that. I was just like, holy cow. Can you imagine what like Vietnam would be like right now if that was still going on, how built up it would? I mean, come on.
Right. Yeah. Actually, I have some good family friends that have some rough times in Vietnam that I still talk to frequently. One of my dad's best friends, actually, he had a rough go in Vietnam. He was in aviation as well, but he was a door gunner on a Huey, and like that old man went down on a Huey 3 separate occasions and jumped out the side of the door to survive, and lived to tell about it. And then when he got back and he flew back into Cleveland Airport in Ohio, they were spitting on him, man. Protesters everywhere, and calling them baby killers, and I mean, you name it, the works.
Oh, I've been through that. I mean, you're in Washington, you know how liberal this state is. And when we came back, I came back with second ID, and we were pulling strikers out of the port in Olympia. There was mass protests, and they were doing all the same thing. They were spitting on us to the point that we had to get out and walk in front of the strikers and push people out of the way, like we would have to do in Baghdad, just so we could get our vehicles back.
Wow.
I mean, it was not nice by no means. I mean, I can't like say it's the same as the guys coming back from Vietnam or this and that, but I think it was just as bad. I mean, Vietnam was probably worse, but it was just as bad seeing that. It's like, you guys should be happy we're home, not pissed off and spitting at us because our government told us to do something. It's not right. And finally, one of our commanders, he was a lieutenant colonel at the time. He had one of those loud horns or phones or whatever. And he stood up on a striker and he said, "My strikers aren't stopping. If you're in the way, you're getting ran over."
Yeah, I'm sure he meant it too. Yeah.
Oh, people moved.
Oh yeah.
But it was like, I mean, it just the crappiness that people can actually think that way really just kind of blew my mind actually seeing that. You know, now like 03 when I came back, oh shit, they had a whole parade for us in Colorado. We had to march through a parade and everybody was this and excited we were back, this and that. Not in this stupid state.
Yeah. I think you have your sections, man. We bought a house over here in Roy Yelm area.
Yeah,
on the east side of base. And I tell you what, if you take a walk through Roy or McKenna area where I live and compare it to taking a walk through Tacoma or Seattle for that matter, boy, it's a world of difference. You know what I mean?
It's like night and day.
It's night and day. It is. Absolutely. Yep. So it just depends, man. I mean, people have different views all over the place, dude. So, this is kind of why, like, I have just over the years, sometimes you get like weird looks in uniforms. Sometimes you get a lot of thank you for your service and that sort of stuff. And the ones that are thankful, you know, I always thank them back, man. I say, well, you know, I appreciate your support, because the reality is that we don't get military support from everybody, even to this day.
Not at all.
You know what I mean?
So,
and we have.
It's funny that you say that, because I live in somewhat of a smaller town now. I'm in Bonnie Lake.
Right.
I don't know if you've been out there. But me and my wife and our kids, I think we were in. It wasn't my wife. It was a friend of mine. We were in Walmart and we were walking out getting stuff for fishing.
Yeah.
And we were walking out, and all of a sudden I feel this tug on my shirt, and I turned around. It's like a 10-year-old boy or something. And he goes, "Can I shake your hand?" I'm like, "Sure." And he goes, "Thank you for your service." And his dad's smiling. I'm like, okay. Right. So I shook his hand, and I looked at his dad, and I said, and I straight looked at him, I said, "Thank you for raising kids that have respect. That's an amazing trait." And then all of a sudden his other son came running through the parking lot to do the same thing. I was like, you don't know how much that means, especially seeing kids do that. That tells me that you raised your kids, in my opinion, you raised them right and to have respect for people. And for them to go out of nowhere and just walk up to somebody because he's wearing a veteran's hat and tell him that, I mean, that meant so much.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, regardless of the crazy things that are going on in this world, man, there's still a lot of good people in this country, in this world. You know what I'm saying? So
there is. And honestly, I think, I know it sounds funny, it's the whole generation stuff, but I think our generation is raising our kids how we think and how it should be from what we've seen. And you can start seeing that with younger kids as you look at their parent, like, okay, you're an older parent, and you got kids that are showing that respect. And plus, you know, I guess it really, honestly, and I hate talking about politics, but it really depends on their political views, in my opinion.
Sometimes
I see that a lot with people that you can tell where they stand and what they believe in just because of how they act and the respect they have. And then you get some of them with half their head shaved off and the other half blue and look like lizards and this and that. They won't even look at you twice. They won't say nothing. Like,
right. Yeah. I think some of it also is, you know, cultural based and, you know, more to do with where you were raised. Different places in this country, man. People are raised up and live lives very differently than they do here in Washington. You know, like I said, I was born in Northeast Ohio in a very small town in the middle of Amish country, you know, surrounded by farmers' fields. And out there, like, nothing's handed to you for free. You know what I mean? You work for everything you have. And so even out there in Ohio, in some of the rural communities, still to this day, people have a different mentality, man, you know, because they were raised in a different world. Like they weren't spoon fed, you know, they weren't handed out programs to help them along, you know, nothing like that. They depended on their family and their community and their own resources, their own land to survive. And they've been doing that for generations. So I think, you know, where you grow up and how you grow up has a lot to do with things too.
Oh, big time. Yeah. Big time. But hey, you guys, you're watching the Big Grizz Show, and we are live on Roku TV and Amazon Fire Stick, along with all the other same platforms that we post to. But you guys stick tuned. We'll be back with Josh, and we're going to dive into what TFO means to him and how he became where he's at right now, or the position he's been put in, how he got that position, and what the big plans are for TFO coming up the rest of this year and maybe into next year. So we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to show you TFO dove hunting trips. So stay tuned, stay tuned, come back, and we'll be back with Lady Liberty here in about a half hour, 45 minutes. We'll be back up showing what she does.
You know, veteran bonding is exactly why we have this organization, the Fallen Outdoors. When you're in the military, you're striving for that connectivity to brotherhood, sisterhood, and when you're out, you know, sometimes you lose that because you're not around that community all the time. And so through our organization, the Fallen Outdoors, we help establish that bond and maintain that bond.
Dove hunting is an end-of-summer pastime in Missouri. For Mike, it's an opportunity to bring veterans like him together.
I served 7.5 years in the Missouri Army National Guard as a combat engineer. This is my first time dove hunting today. It's a lot harder to shoot them than I thought it would be.
Using some military terminology, you know, our dove are like our F-16s. They're movers. They fly pretty fast, but they pull some crazy evasive maneuvers like Maverick. They're shooting right at you. You shooting blanks?
The conditions didn't help things much, but spirits weren't dampened. What they gave up in birds, the vets made up in camaraderie.
Well, the Fallen Outdoors is, it's an amazing organization. They're nationwide, and the nice thing is there's no big barrier to entry. I mean, the barrier is to be a veteran. Hey, are you a veteran? Cool. You want to get outside. You want to connect with people. You maybe want to learn a new skill or try something out that you've never done before, and meet some people, you know, and talk to some people. And it's pretty amazing that they can do that.
I didn't have a lot of time in the military, but what I experienced in the military, I did get PTSD from. So it is nice to be able to talk to other veterans and other military members. Just being able to replay that with other people does make you feel like you're not alone.
Obviously, the Grizzly Outdoor Corps has been instrumental to the success of the Fallen Outdoors by providing opportunities for vets to get out and have our stories being known. You know, if we don't have organizations like Grizzly Outdoor Corps, we can't project our voice, project our mission to the great outdoors, as you could say. When the feathers fly, you know you're in the right spot.
Military Broadcast Radio, the station that's giving veterans a voice.
Find us on the web at mbradio.us.
Opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent.
Find us on the web at mbradio.us.
Hey, welcome back to the Big Grizz Show. Excuse me, I had to burp as soon as it came back on. So like that lady had said in that ad, she might not have seen a lot, but you know, being in the military and being deployed, there is a level of PTSD that every person has. There's a level that you have, whether it's as severe as say me. There's different levels of it. And you had mentioned earlier that there was the one thing that you'd seen was the guy getting ran over, or his foot getting ran over or whatever. That's got to have some sort of traumatic aftermath that you got to deal with because
Right.
you've seen it. Plus, you know, mortars or rockets or anything like that. I mean, there's got to be an aftermath to that. How do you deal with that now, even though you're still active?
Mm-hmm.
And there's definitely a progression in how the military how it shows vets how to deal with stuff. Because I mean, when I got out, they gave me my 214 and said bye.
Right.
I'm like, okay, great. What do I do now? Type thing. I had no idea. You know, I drank a lot. I was in and out of jail multiple times, fighting. I mean, I didn't know how to handle myself.
Right.
How do you deal with this now, or have you gotten to that point that you have to find something to help combat what you've seen and what you've had to endure?
Yeah. Like I said, I haven't seen direct combat fighting per se myself. Never got put into a situation to have to shoot back. Thankfully, you know, I'd never asked for that. I know the guys that have. I know guys that have a hard time living with that now. You know, so I'm thankful that I wasn't put in that situation. But sure, you know, I have seen a lot of things over the years that sometimes sure tend to haunt you a little bit. Always kind of in the back of your mind, makes you do things a little bit differently, makes you pay attention to your surroundings a little differently. If I'm in a motor pool, you'll never catch me between the trucks when trucks are on. It'll never happen. I will ensure I'm very clear of those, after that incident that I seen in Afghanistan. But also, man, I think over the years that some of I'd say a lot of the vets that they got out that were involved in the first initial invasion of Iraq and all of that, the programs that really weren't available to them then are available now. The Army has spent a lot of time training soldiers on MRT, Master Resiliency Training. And they have whole programs with that. Every unit now has MRT instructors that we run classes quarterly usually. And it gives you all sorts of techniques to kind of overcome your fears or overcome your worries or your doubt or whatever it is that is troubling you about, things that have happened to you in the past, or maybe even things that are currently happening to you now, in the present. So there's those kind of programs, but more so than anything for me, it's been the outdoors. Like if I'm having a troublesome day or anything, if I hop on the boat and I go out and I just get on the water, most of my worries disappear right there and then, and I get focused in on the moment, whether that be catching a fish or setting up a duck blind for myself and some buddies or some veterans that we're bringing out, or, even if I'm sitting in a deer stand and I'm sitting there, I've been sitting there for, hours waiting on a buck or a nice doe to come by. Those are the moments for me that help me clear my mind and just kind of find my inner peace, and helps me get through the struggles that I have on a normal basis. And that's kind of partly the reason that I got started from the beginning with the Fallen Outdoors. I first got introduced to a TFO here in Washington State, and it was probably not long after I got here. So it was probably 2016, 2015 timeframe that I first heard about the organization. I started signing up for some trips out of JBLM area over here. One of my first trips I ever went on, I will probably always remember this day. It was with the TFO founder, Eric Bakken, and Justin Boardman, Eric Deal, a few others. They had taken a handful of vets, including myself, out to a private flooded field that's literally probably less than 10 minutes drive from my current house now. And we went on a little duck hunt, and we put up some A-frame blinds in a hedgerow, and we were hunting some flooded field in front of us. And probably about 9:30 in the morning, over some treetops, there's a lake kind of on the other side of these flooded fields, a small lake. Over the treetops comes just a absolutely massive cloud of American widgeon ducks, and they're coming right over the top of our field, and these guys start hitting their widgeon whistles, and they're telling you, like, duck down, don't look up, don't move, you know what I mean? And we're just kind of sitting there patiently waiting, hand on the trigger, just waiting for, that opportunity. And then, the next thing I know, like, Eric's telling us, hey, get ready, and we get ready, and I start to just kind of ease my head up a little bit and look, and I look up in the sky above the field, and it's probably the most amazing waterfowl day and experience that I've had. And guys that have hunted American widgeon can tell you that this happens a lot. Sometimes if you're on a really good spot, it was like a widgeon tornado, man. Like, you looked up, the sky was basically black. There were so many widgeon ducks flying in a circling this field right above us, and it was only maybe 10 seconds later, a quarter of them start dropping down into the field. You can hear them splash into the field in front of us, and then he calls out the shot, and then we all just raise our guns and start shooting. And when we downed a bunch, missed a bunch, but it was it was just that moment. It was like probably 30 seconds long, maybe, and that moment will probably stick with me forever because it was just an amazing experience that not a lot of people get to experience. Very cool. After that moment, I was hooked, hook, line, and sinker into waterfowl hunting, and I have invested a lot of time and a lot of money into it since then. But that was just one, experience that got me started with TFO. Did some other trips with them. I did the sturgeon trip down off the Willamette River in Oregon. I did some trout fishing down by Mount St. Helens. I did some salmon fishing on the Columbia River with some different guys. And as time went on, I started, getting involved a little bit more and more with some of their trips. And then just like with the military, I got orders to PCS back home to Ohio, where I grew up from, to go do recruiting for the Army. So moved back to Ohio, immediately started looking, hey, if there was a TFO team in Ohio, found there was, got involved with them, asked them if they needed any help. I first got on to Team Ohio as a quartermaster, but their team was just trying to get off the ground still. They were there. They had guys. They were present, but they really didn't know like what to do with what the resources they had, and how to move forward. But I had luckily, been on a handful of trips in Washington. I had watched how these guys were running these trips and how they were doing the basic stuff, And so once I got involved, I realized like the extent that they were struggling. We ended up having the Ohio team lead realized quickly it was too much for him to be able to run his business and try to run a TFO team in Ohio at the same time. So he kind of stepped down and moved off to the side. And that's when, maybe a month after he left, that's when I realized I was like, they didn't replace him. You know what I mean? Like this guy stepped down, but no one showed up to replace him. So that's when I reached out to Mike Unrow. He was just on that video.
Yeah, I've had him on my show.
Right. Yeah, just on that video over there, dove hunting. I reached out to Mike and I said, hey, man, I said, look, we got guys over here in Ohio, but there's not really an established team. Like these guys are kind of just out here hanging, like trying to get off the ground, but they don't really know which direction to go. I think that kicked in a gear with a couple of guys. And the next thing I know, they're like, okay, well, we got a guy coming from Kansas that's, ETSing out of the Army, coming back to Southern Ohio. He wants to take over the team. I was like, okay, awesome, cool. I was like, well, I can help him out the best I can. I don't necessarily want to say I can. At that point, I wasn't comfortable in saying I could run your team. You know what I mean? But I'll help the best that I can. And so I was his assistant team lead there for a little while in Ohio, and we brought back that team from nothing and helped build them up to what they are nowadays. So now the last time I checked in, I call back and check in with the guys in Ohio quite often. Now those guys are doing like 200 plus vets a year, out of Ohio. They got a team of almost 15, 20 guys. They're established. They haven't, they got a rolling account running now. They're doing shows around the year. They just got a hold of a deer lease, they're going to start taking veterans out to. And that's kind of how I really got my opportunity to really jump in and start trying to help move this mission forward. And then come to the end of my recruiting time, as weird as it is, I got orders from the Army to come right back to JBLM, right back to the same unit that I left before I went recruiting. And I was like, okay, well, I didn't know that was like a thing, but I enjoyed Washington, so I agreed to it immediately and was like, yep, no problem. I'll be back there, come back. And I had the same thing when I got here. I said, hey, I was like, I don't know what my new job is going to entail, but so I don't really want to take on a leadership position at the moment or anything. But I'd definitely come on as staff and help run some trips and get some veterans out and whatnot. And so for the first year back here in Washington, that's pretty much what I did. Is just I had at that point I had invested in buying a bigger boat for fishing and for waterfowl hunting out here. Like Brandon said in one of our videos there, waterfowl hunting here in Washington is quite magnificent, man. Like if you really truly look at the big picture, you can shoot a lot of different species in a lot of different areas out here in Washington if you just have the resources to be able to get there. And fortunately, the boat that I bought, can get me to a lot of places that a lot of people cannot. So it's been quite the asset. I bought a boat actually designed for the South, believe it or not. They build those mud boats in Arkansas. They're Mod V boats. They have like full flotation decks on the back of them. And they have surface drive motors, that can get these boats into really shallow water. That's what I ended up buying last year. I had ordered it custom made. Excel made it in Arkansas and then shipped it to over there to Utah, to Salt Lake City. And I had to drive over to Salt Lake City, pick it up. But so I've been running that Excel boat about a year, and man, that thing is a blast, dude. You talk about out here on the tidal marshes. I don't know how many times I've been in the squally right next to base where guys in John boats and kayaks, are pushing their boats out or walking them out back to the boat launch because tide has gone all the way out, and they're dealing with a tide of -5, and that boat. By nothing like that happens, man. I could be almost in mud, you know what I mean, and just keep rolling along with that boat. So it's been a lot of fun. Love that boat. It has opened up a lot of doors for me. So I did a lot of waterfowl hunts last year with a good buddy of mine, Matt here. And then I'd say probably about a week or so ago, man, our state team lead, he's got some additional factors that kind of happened in his life. He was a retired fire chief, right, out of Washington here, and just kind of enjoying life and running, Team Washington and all of that. And right before this fire season, kind of got bad. They were struggling, I guess, and they gave him an offer he couldn't refuse to come out of retirement and come back to firefighting. Before the fire season. And I think, him coming out of retirement, going back to work, man, and then trying to juggle the team at the same time was just becoming to be a little too much, and he needed some extra help. So when he stepped down, I guess you step down from a state team, man, you have to name your successor who you'd like to take over the team. And, unknown to me, he threw my name up there. And so when the day he stepped down, he didn't even give me a notification, man. I got a call from the regional director and said, "Hey, Victor threw up your name to take over the team." And I was a little bit shell shocked at first. I was like, really, I told our regional director, I said, "Look, man, I'll have to think about this, and I'll have to talk to my wife about it and make sure this is something that I can take on. I don't want to take on something that's going to be ultimately end up being too much." But I ended up taking on Team Washington. We're just now, I'd say we're just now getting started, really, making little changes here and there, and trying to add some more staff to our team and trying to kind of plus up the strength of Washington so that we can do some of these events that I grew up in TFO seeing here in Washington. In the past, last time I was stationed here, we used to run a annual Team Washington banquet every year. They'd do it down by Columbia River somewhere. That's where the national president, he lives down in that area, down by Vancouver and whatnot. So we're trying to do that moving forward. Probably next year, we're going to have a Team Washington banquet. This year, we're helping with a national banquet that's going to be down that same area. So it'll be a lot of my staffers that will be helping with that banquet. Be kind of a good learning experience for a lot of these guys. Some of these guys are brand new staffers, and they're still learning a lot about the fallen outdoors and the mission and everything, and what we do and how we do it. So be a good learning experience for them. Yeah, it's a busy state, man. There's a lot going on in the background that some people don't see. This weekend alone, we have an event in Camas, a salmon event. Our old state team lead, who just stepped down to the assistant team lead, he's actually running that event in Camas for salmon this weekend. We got another guy, one of the old staffers, Tim Adams. He's running a trip out of Port Angeles, and they're taking a couple of vets up there with one of my new staffers on Saturday tomorrow. I'm running another trip over in the Sound. I'll be taking a couple of vets and my chief from work out there tomorrow.
Out of Point Defiance?
No, we're not going to go out to out Point Defiance. We'll be a little bit south of Point Defiance in the Sound there.
Yeah. Well, Point Defiance got a launch that you can get out there, and then you can go down under the Narrows and stuff.
Yeah. We'll be down over just south of the Narrows a little bit, fishing in that area.
Okay.
Tomorrow. Coho salmon fishing there tomorrow. So
yeah, I was just gonna ask you when we going fishing.
Whenever you want, man. Just what I tell people is
brother, I fish religious.
Let's plan a day. You know what I mean? I got to put it on my calendar these days. If it's not on the calendar, I have a hard time finding time for it.
No, so, I have to now, especially with doing this, and then with Lady Liberty Foundation, I help run that, the marketing side of it. So I hit and miss on when I get to go. Right now, I've been fishing the Puyallup a lot. I almost got a full punch card on Coho right now.
Nice. Yeah. I have a couple staffers that are down on the Puyallup right now as we speak. I was just talking to one. Before I jumped on. Yeah, they were down there. Yeah, they were down there waiting for the tide to come back in, so the bite would pick back up. It was a little bit slow around lunchtime. So
and I'm kind of curious which one's down there, because I mean, I know a lot. Like Randy, I know him very well.
Yeah. So it's one of our new staffers that are down there now. We just brought a husband and wife staffer team on.
Oh, nice.
On with us. I actually personally served with the female. It's Dacia Smith. Just brought her on, and her husband.
Yeah, Dacia?
Yeah, you know Dacia Smith?
Yes, I do, and I know her husband Kendall very well.
Oh, yeah. They're both on the team.
I've known them for about 12 years.
Oh, okay. Not very nice, man. Yeah.
Fish with them all the time. So I'm sure you've probably heard of FOB. I'm not going to say it on here, but I'm sure you probably heard of them. If you talk to Dacia and Kendall, you know who FOB is. I was one of the 6 that started FOB with Kendall and Dacia.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Yeah. I had, like I said, Dacia, last time I was stationed here, Dacia was our supply sergeant.
Yeah.
So we didn't hang out too much back in the past, but every once in a while we shoot the shit about fishing or whatnot. And then when I came back, I realized that she had left, went to Korea, and then turned around and came back here again. And then she's getting ready to retire. And
she brought me a blanket back from Korea.
Yeah. Then not too long ago, I asked her and her husband both, because I've been taking her husband out, setting up some of our properties for big game hunting for deer and elk hunts coming up here. I asked
a good guy.
Yeah, he is a good guy. Yeah.
He's a good.
Yeah, I asked them both if they wanted to join the team for staffers, and we kind of talked about what that looked like. The thing is with an organization like this, man, there's so many moving parts that we just have to have as much staff, as we can manage, essentially. You know what I mean? Because some of these shows we go to, some of the fundraising events that we try to run, it requires a lot of people in order to staff these things. In the spring, we'll have the Puyallup show, outdoor show coming up. We'll have the Bighorn show in Eastern Washington coming up. But before July 4th next year, we're trying to bring back the fireworks stand that we used to run some years back. Like that's a tough event to to handle, because you're talking about manning a booth for 2 weeks, selling fireworks every day. And so I'm going to have to pull volunteers from everywhere that I can in order to keep that thing running, you know what I mean, while maintaining either myself or other board members or staff members there to make sure that, things are happening the correct way and we're keeping track of what's going out and donations coming in. So it's a lot of moving pieces, man. Team Washington is definitely still looking for active veterans in the area that are interested in joining the team. I'm actually talking to my dog trainer right now. I have a guy that's running some training sessions with my I have a 2-year-old chocolate lab. She went through her first hunting season last year, Charlene, and just trying to refresh, her training and get her ready before the season for her second season, and hopefully she will truly shine this year. So I've been talking to my dog trainer, and he's a veteran as well, out of JBLM here, and I think he's actually interested in coming on board and helping some veterans to maybe get some training done on their dogs and do some waterfowl hunts with us and
nice
and all that kind of stuff. So he might be jumping on board here soon. I've since this last week of taking over Team Washington, man, I am amazed at how many people just in this general area are having interest to want to be a part of this organization. They want to come on, they want to volunteer their own time, money, gear to take veterans out into the outdoors, help this mission, try to slow down the historic 22 veterans a day that have committed suicide, since the last couple of decades and whatnot. And it's eye-opening, man. It's an amazing thing. It's a big picture. Since I came on, I have tried to place some entrusted personnel, around me to kind of help me with this, because there's no way that there's no single person could manage a team like this with this capacity and this much of events and trips and everything going on, fundraising events. Washington State is a big state, man. So we have event coordinators and assistant team leads on the west side of Washington and the east side of Washington.
Yeah, I've had John on my show too.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Because, sometimes trying to move our trailer and our gear for shows back and forth. I mean, that takes a lot of time to do that kind of stuff. Trying to manage events on one side of the state one weekend and the other side of the state the next weekend. It's way too much for one person to try to handle. You've got to have a solid team in order to be able to accomplish these things. Same way with the banquets, that's a feat in itself that we're about to jump into here come November 2nd. That banquet, it'll be down in Brush Prairie, Washington at the Victoria Vineyard. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's in Brush Prairie, is just outside of Battlefield, Washington.
Oh, okay.
Or Battleground. My bad. Battleground. You know where Battleground's at?
Yeah, down south.
Okay, so Brush Prairie is right next to Battleground, and there's apparently a nice banquet venue down there called Victoria Vineyard. So it's going to be held there November 2nd. I've got ads out for it on our TFO page. They're out there. They're on Brandon Schrager's page. They're on my personal page. He's been selling tickets all over the place already. And
what day is that? I know the second's a crappy day for me because that's my brother's birthday and he passed away in 2012. But I'm honestly willing. I'm trying to get a laptop right now. It's a pain getting the money to get it because they got so damn expensive. So I can do remote lives.
It's a Saturday, November 2nd. It's a Saturday. Yep. So that's when we'll be holding the banquet that afternoon. There'll be catered food there. I believe there will be probably a cash bar there. We're gonna have a live auction there. We're gonna have a silent auction there. We'll have a bunch of raffles and drawings. We're gonna have a guest speaker. I'm working on a guide that's been guiding waterfowl for the better part of 35-40 years. He's going to come out, kind of speak about his time in the military and guiding over there on the Great Lakes. He's a retired lieutenant colonel but he's been running a guide service for about 40 years. He's going to come out and speak. He's going to say the prayer for us because he retired a chaplain in the Army. Brandon's working on some speakers that he's going to be bringing in, as well as, we'll have a full-blown catered dinner there and everything. I'm not sure what the food looks like yet. I'm kind of interested to see that. But
talk to Brandon. I mean, I'm more than open to, if you guys want to get speaker too, I can come down there and talk about this, what I do and what I do for vets in my experience. I mean,
absolutely.
I would love doing that.
Yeah. I'll bring it up to him, man, for sure. And what I would just say is I can give you my email for Team Washington, a little later on or whatever. I'll message it to you. Okay. But it's pretty easy. It's just wa.lead@thefallenoutdoors.org.
Okay.
But if you just kind of come up with a bio of what you do and your show and, the programs that you work with and who you're benefiting, just send me that and I'll push that forward to the TFO national president. He'll go over it and then he'll let me know, what kind of role he would like you to have, if any, at the banquet or whatever. But we can do that for sure.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll work on that this week and get something going together. I've actually had to do a bio because I had an interview done on me for World News.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I seen you had interviewed the one of the guys running for state governor.
I did
for Washington State. How did that go?
So I haven't got to interview him yet. I'm still waiting to hear back from his campaign manager, Semi Bird.
Yeah.
I was at his watch party and I actually gave him a challenge coin from Lady Liberty Foundation, which is another foundation, a big foundation I'm a part of.
Right.
And we make challenge coins that, I mean.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
And then the backside is their other painting. It's a phoenix.
Oh, nice. Right on.
So I got invited. Me and my wife got invited to his watch party, and I was able to meet him and present him a coin because he's a retired Green Beret.
Right.
Really, cool. really cool dude. Actually, I was really short, but he's a really cool dude. I mean, yeah. I felt like I was towering over him, and I was like, dude, I just want to give you a coin, but I'm like a full head and a half taller than you.
Right.
But no, he was a really cool dude. I don't think he didn't make the primary, so he's not going to be up for governor this year.
Right.
But it was very interesting seeing that side of people. It's only the second one I went to. I went to a watch party and a fundraiser for Joe Kent out on Kitsap for congressman, and I got to meet him. That was pretty cool.
Nice.
I think he won. I don't remember, but it was a very humbling experience because he was either Green Beret or Delta. And his wife was in the military too, and he lost she was KIA. And so he had a whole wealth and stories that I was just like, oh my gosh.
Right. Yeah.
I'm sitting here thinking about this stuff going, holy cow. I mean, okay, yeah, cool. Me getting shot in Little Hurt. This ain't nothing compared to what some of these guys had to go through.
Correct.
And it's insane seeing that, it's like, man, you guys have been through a lot more. And I thought I went through a lot, but you guys have been through more.
Yeah, I will tell you, man, spending time with a bunch of veterans in the outdoors that you don't know, man, the stories you hear, I mean, there's a lot of guys that, are really having a tough time. And a lot of these guys are combat related MLSs,
Yeah. Did you do the Brewster event 2 years ago?
No, I did not do the Brewster event 2 years ago.
Okay.
No. So I've done most of my events over here on the west side of Washington. Actually, I take that back. I was at the Brewster event, not this past year, the year prior. I was at the event, but I was
there too.
So yeah,
I was there too, and I was the jackass. I was wearing a unicorn mask on the boat fishing. That was me.
Yeah. I think I recall seeing you now that you say that. Yep.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that was me.
Nice.
and you're so right. I mean, the thing with vets, and for any of you guys listening, please if you see, follow TFO, and if you see an event in your area or an event that you can get to, please go, because that brotherhood that you had in the military is there as soon as you get to this event. It's crazy. Yeah, there might be the kind of keep quiet a little bit, but then all of a sudden you realize everybody's military.
Right.
And then I mean the stories just they're everywhere. It's an amazing thing. I actually really like that one. Plus I got to catch sockeye and it's so good.
Yeah.
Oh man, so good.
And we actually have a page as well for people who want to support the organization, but maybe they're not veterans themselves. Because our Facebook pages that we put all of our trips up for, this organization is all completely veteran ran. There, and we do all of our trips very specifically for veterans. You know what I mean? And so, but we do have a lot of supporting organizations that help us out through donations, sponsorships, sometimes even just maybe giving us gift boxes for events to help us out with simple stuff. I mean, we've had the USO donate drinks to us and Girl Scout cookies. We've had, all sorts of different organizations kind of step up and want to be a part of what we're doing, but not directly, I guess you could say. So we have a national page. It's the Fallen Outdoors supporters page. And that page is actually open to the public. So anybody can join that page, even if you're not military affiliated ever, doesn't matter. And we try to post up kind of like AARs from our trips onto all these pages. So, those people that support us can see the trips and what we're doing and how many veterans we're getting out in the different states and everything. There's also the website, thefallenoutdoors.org. You go on there. You'll see our current campaign we're running. It's the 22 for the 22, program. You know what I mean? It's designed to help us as a national organization to try to slow down veteran suicide. It's like a subscription-based program. I might be a state team lead, but I mean, I even donate to that program. But it's it's $22 a month. It goes to the national board of our organization, and then that money eventually trickles down to different regions and state teams, and that stuff helps us to run some of our bigger events, run some of our events that multiple states are going in on. Some of the national events that we do, like the national banquet coming up in November. So there's that way that people can help, even if they're not veterans. Anything goes a long ways, when you're talking about multiple people helping out. So kind of the same way with our teams. Being a nonprofit, it's difficult. You have to network with people. You have to talk to people. You have to utilize the resources you have to get visibility and get people to see what we're out here doing, and where we're trying to go moving forward. And that's not an easy thing to do, man.
So, we have a comment on Facebook. I don't know if this is somebody you invited or not. It's Brian Gibson.
Brian Gibson. Okay, doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, I'm going to bring it up because see if you can make sense of this. It says, just launched sharing Saturday. If you have an event, we will share it on Saturday.
Okay.
I don't know what PDH is.
I'm not sure what PDH is either, Grizz. But I don't know how.
Wait, here we go.
I don't know how I can respond to that. Forward Operation Base Rush is open to in-person events. Reach out if you want to do an event for veterans.
So I think that might be for you. I think that might be for you on that one, Brian.
Right.
Let me know if
Rush. Okay, I'll have to look those guys up for sure. And we definitely work with some other organizations.
That's the webpage you just put in there.
Projectdiehard.org. Okay, cool. Yeah.
And Brian, if you want to call that phone number, you can I can bring you up and you can ask us directly if you got questions, if you'd like to explain more of what you're talking about. So my phone lines are open. So I'm not 100% sure what that is. So I don't know if that definitely is somebody, if one of the
I
outdoor
don't.
places you
I
shared
don't
too.
know if I don't know if any of our other state teams are working with that organization already, or maybe have in the past. But we do work hand in hand with some other organizations. I was just at an event in Calumet down on the Columbia River last weekend.
Calumet? Oh, that's awesome. I've been there.
Calumet. Yep. Really good fishing down there, man.
Big time.
Yeah. We were getting into some big kings down there on the river last weekend. But that event was thrown actually by Outdoor for Our Heroes, and it was sponsored by Got Your Six Fishing. Both organizations.
I know Got Your Six too. I've fished with them many times.
Yeah. Both organizations, we've worked with in the past. I've been out on fishing trips with Got Your Six before in the past myself.
He's a good guy too. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Good guys. Being a nonprofit, man, we have to work together with some of these other nonprofits, to collaborate and bring our resources together sometimes to get different groups out, or different veterans out, or first responders. Not too long ago, we actually helped and sponsored an event down on the Columbia River. I helped with that event probably about 3-4 weeks ago. It was the Lipstick Salmon Slayer tournament down there on the Columbia. I don't know if you heard about it.
The female tournament? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the all-female salmon fishing tournament down there. Yeah, it was huge.
I know a lot of you guys from TFO, and it looks like Brian's calling in. The phone hasn't rang yet, so.
Gotcha.
No, I know. I've been like John. I know John, James, Randy, Shane. I mean, Shane. I was deployed with Shane.
Right.
It was stacking bodies. Fishing rods.
Yep.
And so I hear about your guys' events. I don't get out as often as I'd like.
Right.
Especially on those events, because also I'm to the point I can't drive. So
right.
To get to those, I had to have somebody pick me up to take me.
Gotcha. Well, you're only in Bonnie Lake. You ain't that far. I was just up there at Lake Taps just a few weeks ago. My wife's my wife works for Tacoma General. They had their work party, their work picnic up there at the park on Lake Taps. So I was just up there not too long ago. Good smallmouth bass fishing lake right there.
Why is it doing that? I don't know why it's doing it. That's really weird. So what events do you guys have coming up the rest of this season for salmon fishing and stuff?
For salmon event fishing, I think this Camas event is our last big salmon fishing event. We'll have a lot of smaller ones coming up, river fishing trips. I was actually just talking to Daisha and Kendall, just asking them like, hey, you just came on the team, I know, but when you going to run you guys' first river fishing trip? So I think Daisha's talking about it in a couple of weeks. She might run a trip, and I'll get with Kendall here and we'll get one up. I think Randy Young is possible to do a river fishing trips here coming up. Another one of our staffers, David Benkhart, he's running a fishing trip I think it's next weekend, possibly. So we got a lot of smaller trips coming up. And, of course, this upcoming weekend is Early Goose opener. We're going to be running into deer season and elk season and waterfowl season all coming around. Here in Washington, man, we have been fortunate enough to gain access through a group of retired SF guys. I have been able to gain access to one of their leases that I can bring veterans on for big game hunts this year. So I'm going to be posting up some deer hunts, possibly an elk hunt for that property, maybe some bear hunts. We did a bear camp, a TFO bear camp a couple weekends ago down in Woodland on one of their other leases. So probably we'll run another one of those before the season's over for bear in November. But a handful of us do a lot of waterfowl stuff, man. So we'll probably have a good handful of waterfowl trips coming up, goose hunts, duck hunts, if people are interested in that sort of stuff here in the next month or so, as soon as this 90-degree weather decides to leave us, because waterfowl hunting is no good when it's this warm. So
I'm not a hunter. I'm a fisherman.
Gotcha.
I don't know anything about hunting.
Right. Yeah. So we actually have some other outdoor stuff going on with TFO that not too many people hear about a whole lot. So incorporated into Team Washington, we also have a bicycle riding team called TFO Iron Riders. We have a staffer named Sarah Clark who runs that part of it, and all they do is they do bicycle trips internationally even. So she runs some events that are out of the country in other countries. She's got some staffers over there for that. They run events, bicycling events in other states. But she's stationed here locally, works on the base. So she's tied into Team Washington. And, if anybody's interested in getting involved in TFO Iron Riders and you're interested in bicycling, I can get you guys linked in with Sarah Clark for that. We have staffers, some new people that have came on even that are going to start throwing some different kinds of trips. Mushroom foraging is one thing that a couple of our staffers are talking about doing here soon as we start to get a little bit more rain. They've been kind of waiting for a little bit of the rain to come by for that, as well as Kendall, believe it or not, is talking to some of the disc golf associations right now. He's trying to coordinate and put together a disc golf tournament for TFO and get some veterans involved in that who are into disc golf. I'll probably go out and do, throw some frisbees around with them. I mess around with disc golf a little bit too on the side. Not so much here in Washington. I haven't. But now that Kendall's around, I probably will catch myself out there on the course a little bit more. I know he's big into disc golf and everything. So we should have some disc golf events coming up. We're still going to have a handful of fishing events throughout the rest of the year, the rest of the fall, going into the wintertime until, these runs finish up, you know what I mean? So, right now, as we got fish running up the Puyallup. We got fish running up the Nisqually. We got fish running through the Sound. There's fish running up the Columbia River. The fishing opportunities are plentiful right now. So we've had some fishing events already that have already happened this year. We will have a couple of more. It'll probably be a little smaller base this year in this local area. But fishing we probably still got at least another couple of months of good fishing. So there'll be plenty of events coming up. If you guys just get onto the Fallen Outdoors West Coast page, that's where we post all our trips for Team Washington. You can go up to the top search bar of that Facebook page, click on search, and just type in Washington. And it'll pull up every event that's tagged with Washington. So all the events my staffers are putting up for Washington, you can pull them all up just by putting Washington in the top search bar. So that's awesome. A good way to kind of narrow it down, because there's a lot of stuff that goes on that page. It's the West Coast page, so it incorporates a lot of different states. It incorporates Team Alaska, Oregon, California, Nevada, Utah, and a couple of others. You know what I mean? So there's a ton of stuff that's posts that go up on that page. So sometimes if it's hard to find Team Washington trips, you just need to use the search bar, type in Washington or even just WA, and it'll pull up the Washington events that we got going on.
Awesome. Well, the gentleman, he's one of our other hosts. We're doing a big giveaway that we're working on right now with MBR. I'm not going to bring you up yet. But once we get that going, if I can talk to you, I'm not going to talk about what it is, but maybe I can get you to push it out to TFO, because it's definitely going to be a giveaway for vets. And the more people we get responses to, the better, because that means we're reaching out. I'll tell you on the side what it is, but I don't want to talk about it right now because it's not set in stone per se yet, but it's in the process of happening. On that note, Josh, I want to thank you so much for taking the time out. I know it's been kind of a interesting today because I'm doing another live for Lady Liberty Foundation, and that came up out of nowhere, and that one's important. It's not, I want to give you this last couple minutes of this before I got to let you go to, tell us what TFO is to you and how it's helped you. And then we will talk offline better and more about this other stuff.
Absolutely, man. The same for me. I really appreciate you allowing me to come on your show today, kind of talk about my military career and where I come from and, how I got involved in TFO to begin with and what it's done for me and, got me to the position where I'm at today, leading Team Washington moving forward. TFO means a lot, dude, to a lot of us. But truly, it's an escape route for a lot of veterans that are struggling. So I encourage every veteran out there, if you're having a hard time, if you need anything, if you're struggling to pay your bills, if you need some water, if you just need someone to talk to, or you need somebody to sit down at a table and just listen to what you got to say. I have staffers all over Washington. Our numbers are posted up all over the place. You can reach out to Big Grizz. He can get a hold of me directly if need be, if you can't find a way to contact us. But we help veterans all across the nation, man. So I have a plethora of resources at my fingertips, from other states to our national board, regional directors. They all have their own resources as well. We are linked in with a lot of different veterans organizations and a lot of different veterans resources. So that's just kind of really, man, what has made me want to drive on and being a part of this organization is the amount of stuff that this organization has done since 2009 for veterans across the nation is nothing short of amazing. The fact that this whole idea and concept started with a handful of infantry guys sitting on top of a mountain in Afghanistan, and it's now led into a national organization. That I know the video said 42 states, but the last I heard, we're up to 48 states with state teams. But don't quote me on that. I could be off a state or two. But we're getting there. We're trying to develop a team in every state, and it's just like Eric said. This is going to be his legacy. It's nothing short of amazing what this organization has done, and I hope that I can continue to be a part of helping along with that. So I appreciate your time, Big Grizz, man, and I'm sure I'll talk to you a little bit more off to the side. Definitely interested in hearing what you got to say about this. The giveaway, the veterans giveaway or whatever, we're big on that kind of stuff. So I'll definitely support you there. And hopefully I see you at some of these shows. I think the last time I seen you was at one of the shows. So
yeah, you said you ran into me at the sportsman show.
Lacey show.
Lacey,
yeah. Yep. The sportsman show, Lacey. I was there working it with Victor Liet. So I think Shane was over there chatting with you, and I actually got a couple of your
his booth was right next to mine.
Yeah. And then TFO's booth was right across the aisle. Yeah,
it was. Yeah. Yep. Same. Well, it wasn't that close to me at the Puyallup Sportsman Show, but I was there. I walked up and talked to you guys.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yep. I remember. Yep.
All right. Well, I will talk to you soon. And thank you so much for giving us your time. You guys, you're watching the Big Grizz Show. We're live on Roku TV and Amazon Fire Stick. We are going to take a break. And when we get back, we're going to have Lady Liberty back up on the screen. And we'll see her progress on her 9/11 painting tribute. So you guys stay tuned, and we'll talk to you here soon. And I'm going to play that bow hunting one.
Awesome.
And then I'll talk to you when I'm done all together with this show after, because I got a feeling it's going to go longer than I thought. So you guys stay tuned. We'll be back.
What do you think the key is then to bow fishing?
The key? Probably wearing a dress. No. Just kidding. I've been affiliated with the Fallen Outdoors for probably about the past 5 years. I really love their mission. I really love what they stand for. It means the world to me to have an organization that not only brings me to do something that my husband and I did for fun, but also that honors the fallen by living. And that's their main message, and that is so important for our veterans today.
Draw back, let it go, and then just reel in.
I have the utmost respect for Jane. I can't imagine what she's gone through in life. I think she's a tremendous, wonderful soul. I value her. When she was so kind as to give me a bracelet with her husband on it.
The veterans in the Gold Star families, there's significance. A bracelet like that, I'll guarantee you come back next year, that's still going to be on his wrist.
Yeah, it won't come off.
Civilians don't really know what you've been through. You know, the other veteran next year, whether they were, you know, in Vietnam to Gulf War to, you know, the Iraq-Afghanistan war, they have shared some sort of similar past. But when you get out and you're kind of solo now, like where I work, there's no other veterans, you know, so like when I talk about stuff, there's nobody else to relate to.
It's the unity. That's what it means to me, is unity. Veterans that want to get together with other veterans. It's the hope. You know, the common goal here is to live. And if we bring 104 veterans out here today, veterans are going to meet each other that don't know each other, but yet there's a connection. And that connection could be the difference between someone joining the 22 veterans a day who take their life.
I didn't think it was going to be as fun as it is, so now I've been back every year. It's my 3rd year. You definitely got to be doing something, and if there's something to do, I think, in terms of a stress reliever, it's got to be something outdoors, right?
Look up a family. You know, it's important to donate to organizations. Keep doing that, because there's no organization I've met in my 11 years, almost 12 years of being a widow, that does more and does it more beautifully for us than the Fallen Outdoors. But also
opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent.
Find us on the web at mbradio.us.
Hey, welcome back. And look, there's more people on the screen. So you guys, that was the Washington State team lead for TFO, and there's some big works going on right now with events and stuff coming up. Not to mention that, hey, yours truly might be a guest speaker on one of their November 2nd. What did he call it? Not a fundraiser, but a banquet. I got to put a bio together for him and stuff like that. You guys heard it live right here, so we'll see. That might be a thing. So, what's everybody doing? That looks so freaking amazing from just the points. Holy cow, that looks awesome. And here, that's amazing looking. Wow. I mean, that has changed so much.
She's got a big plan. I got a little idea of what it is, and boy, it is something special.
Wow, no, that's so cool looking. That's amazing. I can't. I don't even know what to think right now. Red, what do you think? Because you seen it when it was just when she was just doing the points, and then we took her down, and we bring her back. Now it looks like there's hands praying. The towers are there. I mean, Red, we can't hear you. You're muted. That's why. Unmute yourself.
Well, I'll be done.
There you go.
There we are. Yeah, that's changed a lot because we were just seeing the very top of the crown. and that's kind of amazing.
It's hands like this over the face, so it's like
that okay. I see it now.
Well, I thought that hand was over my glasses there for a second because I couldn't see through them. I had to do a little cleaning off.
Wow, that
is neat. That is something.
Amazing.
And it's just the tip of the whole thing. I mean, she's got something really big planned.
Yeah, no, I kind of got a feeling this might be a longer live than I was anticipating. It might be longer than the Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, maybe. It's such an important thing to remember, right? I mean,
it is big time. I mean,
that was one of the darkest moments in history. I was on this live with her on TikTok earlier, and we were asking people where they were, like what they can remember about where they were, and then we're also asking people if you want to put a name with like a blue heart in the comments or just the name. And then that's going to be incorporated into one of the tributes that she does after this is all finished when she creates the content. So just FYI, if you have anybody lost around 9/11 or because of 9/11, please, pop the name in and we'll make sure it gets in the tribute.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean, I can remember exactly where I was at. I was home on leave, sitting in my mom's house, or no, excuse me, I was the earthquake. I wasn't in my mom's house. I was at her mocha stand, and I was pulling security, being, more or less like bouncer for the teenage girls that were there that were making coffee. And all of a sudden, somebody came out of the store that was right next to us, said, "You guys need to come see this." So we went in there just as the second plane hit the second tower, and within, I'm not even going to say 2 minutes of that happening, my mom called me. I said, "Yeah, well, my base, my E5's already called me. Plane ticket's been bought. I gotta go." And that shortened my vacation pretty quick. And yeah, that was not fun. You remember where you were at, Red?
Oh yeah, I was on duty at Cody Hall on Keesler Air Force Base, and teaching air traffic control. And with about 12, 13 students in our actual lab we were in, and had one of our guys he was on the Ocean Springs Bridge headed to work, and he called and said, "Have you heard it? And you see that news?" He said, "A plane hit the Trade Center." Anyway, it's pretty, like, well, no, we hadn't. And then we started looking at it, and then he was still on the phone, and then he was still on the way to work, and just the things that changed in that little phone call. Yeah, I won't ever forget that date. Scott Jansen, he ended up making chief later. It was, we had several people from New York that were in our actual class in the lab. And then several of us had friends that were in the air traffic world that we had served active duty with that had gone on to be with the FAA. And man, it was hitting home. And then just everything that changed that day, us being in the aviation industry, and then hearing all this news of the planes being shut down and all these things happen that we've been trained to help protect. And things were unfolding before our eyes, and it's such a tragedy, for so many. And then seeing the footage start coming up on TV, that was just insane. I mean, that was our people. That was our fellow countrymen, and it just sad.
Yeah, it really was. It wasn't something. I don't think any of us were expecting to see. Just like, I mean, Pearl Harbor, none of us, ain't nobody going to expect that to happen when you get attacked at home. You just don't see that. You don't expect it.
Right.
When I was at chemical cells for like retirement homes and memory care and hospitals and things like that. And I actually happened to be in one of the largest in Southern California at the time. It's a really big elite kind of retirement home. I think it was, this is 20 years ago. And this was Yeah, I think there was like $7,000 or $8,000 a month for the people to stay there. It was really, really nice, plush, waiters and everything. But I remember sitting in the big room and they had it on. I seen it and I stopped, and I was sitting there with a bunch of people over 80 years old, most of them, and the stories and talking about Pearl Harbor or talking about how this was happening. It was such a shock to them that anything like that could happen on American soil, and that it was an act of war. And some of the conversations that ensued, I'll never, ever, ever forget what that was like. Pretty amazing.
Well, it was pretty scary. I'm not gonna say it was pretty amazing. I mean, it was
scary. It was scary. Also, you're no doubt about that.
I mean,
completely surprising.
Yeah, nobody knew what was gonna happen. Nobody. I mean, we had no idea. Hey, you guys take over this for a second. I gotta run outside. I think I heard somebody knocking. So you guys,
all right. So you keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
All right.
But anyway, okay. I'll just cut it off. I ought to unmute myself again, I guess. But no, how's my cousin Larry doing?
You know what? I can't complain. I was just talking about posting or being on social media. It's been a little while. I took a little bit of a break, just kind of, taking care of the house, in the home and our family, and started kind of posting a little bit more and getting back into it. I one of the things that I was thinking about today is how some of it is so toxic and some of it is absolutely beautiful and amazing. And navigating through that for, as adults, like as grown men like us, and we've been around the block a little bit, we can kind of have some discernment and see things a little differently. I can't imagine trying to navigate all this crap at like 16, 17 years old. Like, unbelievable. No wonder it's so screwed up right now.
And that's when you say that, I mean, I'll be 60 on the day after 9/11 on the 12th. And right. When you go back, I don't know, just everything started changing in the 90s, the early to mid 90s. I mean, the military was different. It was different when we went back home. But, then again, I was 33, 34 years old. So, things happen. And cousin Larry just went off the screen. But, yeah, so many things. And being that age, just kind of being irked with it, things get worse than this. And then 9/11 rolls around, and then oh my gosh, all the things that have gone on since then between being in Iraq, Afghanistan, the things that are happening in the world now, wow. I got a 10-year-old grandson. Well, sorry. Yeah, 10-year-old grandson, 11 years old now. And I don't know how they can take all the news when it comes in. It's wicked. For one thing, so much of it is really wicked. And the things we see on TV, hear on TV, and see right across the street, it's just, dang, man, it's a lot.
And I think what's hard is like, I have daughters, right? And I've always thought about being a granddad and what that'd be like. And like, that's the epitome of being a parent, right? Is to take care of all these little amazing ones and instill whatever you can in them, but then send them home and you don't have to deal with all the BS. Like that's the epitome of being a parent, right? And I was talking to my daughter the other day, my youngest. She's got an amazing boyfriend. He's a firefighter, works like 2 different jobs. He's just a good kid, and
appreciate him.
So, yeah, I was like, so when's the date? Like, what are you doing? And she's like, I don't know. We're probably gonna wait a little while. And I was like, okay, but you're gonna have me some grandbabies, right? And she's like, Dad, I don't know. I was like, what? What do you mean that you don't? She's like, I just don't know if I want to raise them in this world. Oh. And it just made me think, and it's like I would normally fight for it and try and convince her otherwise, but I couldn't.
Yeah, because in such a sense, man, when you hear that, they're absolutely right. I mean, it's besides being faithful like I am and trusting, I can't see not wanting to have kids really, but it definitely would be more of a question with my maturity now and seeing what's going on than I would have had when I was, as I became a father when I was 21 or 22.
What have we always heard? It's expensive. I can't have a kid yet because I can't afford it or whatever. Well, I think everybody can attest to that. You can't afford it. You'll figure it out. It always works. But that's the thing. She could totally afford it. Her and her boyfriend do very well. They're on track to be, to have everything that them and some children's would need to thrive and survive. Yet the thing is she does not want to bring them into such a chaotic world. So
scared to do that. Doesn't want to put them in the middle of it. I understand.
Yeah.
I get it.
I can't imagine being 20 again and making that call, thinking about that.
Oh, and now I got, grandbaby, and my daughter's about to get married, and I'm looking at what I went through at her age, and I'm going, oh, please don't. No. And I mean, it's hard. Yeah. It's really, really sad seeing that part. And then you think twice when you got grandkids. When you got a little grandbaby and you're going, okay, this kid's 4 months old, and he's out fishing with me. I had the front pack on, and he knocked out. He was passed out, and I'm still fishing. But I look back at, like, what did my grandparents think? Oh, right. My grandson's going in the military.
Yeah.
Don't know anything that's going on with that. And then now I got, 18 years before I got to worry about that with my grandbaby. It's like, oh, please don't do it. I mean, it's like, I want to say don't do it, but then I want him to, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's hard. It's hard when it's your own. When something that little, you're going, What I went through, I want to tell you, but I also want you to do the right thing. And if you feel that way, then, you do it. But that's hard. That's hard.
Where are you at, Red?
I am in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Biloxi, Mississippi. You're close to Stacy.
Yep.
Stacey,
I believe y'all had mentioned that before.
Yeah,
I'm not sure who it is, but
isn't that I-90?
Highway 90 and I-10.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, we went right through there when we traveled across from Oregon here to Florida.
Okay. Man, we should have known you guys could have had something to eat or something then. Oh, maybe next time if you go back to
Grizz,
Oregon.
Yeah.
So you just had what was that guy that was just on? What was it called?
He's with the Fallen Outdoors. He's the
Fallen
Washington
Outdoors
State team lead.
The videos from Tampa Bay, Florida, where they're shooting them.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
They're nationwide.
That's awesome.
And TFO focuses on veterans and first responders. As far as I know, first responders, he had said something because one of the guys the guy that was the team lead was a chief and for a chief firefighter, and I guess they called him back, and so he had to leave. So it is vets and first responders. Get on there on TFO in your area, dude. I'm telling you, TFO, they do trips and they're free of charge. And whether it's bow fishing or out hunting or out on a boat in the ocean fishing, they do all those kinds of things.
Right.
So
no, it looks really cool. I can't wait to go bow fishing. I'm really excited about it.
Bow fishing.
Can't wait to go what?
Bow fishing?
It's
I bet that would be fun. I've never done that.
It's really fun, but it's really hard.
Yeah. It's usually like carp. It's usually carp. You're usually just getting invasive species. You're not catching anything to keep.
No,
you're catching to get them out of the waters.
Yeah,
right.
But
it's at night and it's got to be dark and there can't be no wind and the boat's got lights all around it so you can see in the clear water. And then you got to shoot like 5 feet below where you think the fish is at. You can think about hitting the fish. I've been one time and I missed a carp by maybe an inch. I grazed his back. I didn't shoot low enough.
How's your tattoo doing, Grizz?
Just fine.
Healed up good? Oh, there it is.
I gotta go have more white. I gotta go have white put in it. That way, he didn't put the white in hard deep enough. It faded.
Right. No, it's cool. It's been a great conversation piece too. That's right there.
Yeah, it has. They're like, "What's that?" So then you get to explain what it is.
It's cool.
For me,
I've been asked, "What are you, Jewish?"
I haven't been asked that, but my pastor came up and he seen it and he goes, "What's that?" And so I explained to him. He noticed the verse, the 2 Corinthians 5:17. He's like, "Well, what does that mean up there?" I was like, "Well, that's Hebrew for new beginnings. It's right there." And then he asked what the symbol was. He's like, "I've never seen that." I was like, "Well, it's around."
Crazy.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know nothing about it. I told him, and he looked it up.
The symbol's been around for thousands of years, and it's. Do you know about it, Red? Have you
No,
seen
I'm
it
looking.
before?
Hey, as a matter of fact, I'm sitting here Googling right now.
It's the grafted in symbol.
So it's the Komora, the Star of David, and the fish of Jesus, and it symbolizes kind of like when you turn a plum tree into a nectarine tree, right?
Yeah.
You have a branch that gets grafted in.
Right.
Well, Jesus said that we are, Romans, Paul said actually in Romans that we are grafted in to the vine. So we now as Gentiles are one with his people, with Judah, with Jews.
Right.
So it's the symbolization that Jesus is bringing together Gentiles and Jews alike. And that's Romans 1:19, I think it is. Yep.
I like it.
You're outside, I can see that, so there won't be an echo, but we'll listen in because they won't know we're listening.
So what?
They won't know we can. Well, wait, Stacy's watching it, so she's probably repeating it.
Well, I mean, I could just walk in there if you want to listen.
Oh no, I just no, that's easy. I'll just turn the sound on, and when they talk, I just turned the sound on there. Yeah, I did. I can keep it here. Oh, I heard Stacy.
Give you a break?
Yeah.
You want a break?
Yeah. I needed to stand up and stop my back's hurting.
Okay, we'll just put up a pic. Okay, 1 second. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
I wanted to show you something real quick, Red. The thing by my front door, group. So if you look, it's 11:19.
Get close. You're gonna have to put your. There you go. There you go.
Do you see that?
Oh yeah.
And
so me and Larry, when we were down there for vacation, we went down and seen him. Me and him got the same tattoo. His says Yeshua, mine doesn't.
Okay.
And then my wife got Isaiah. Oh man, what is it? Why can't I think? It's a verse from Isaiah. She had tattooed on her forearm.
Okay.
How should I do this, Grizz? I was gonna sit down over there and give her a break.
Just mute yourself.
Sounds good.
Just mute yourself on this, and then I can unmute it on here, and then I don't think there shouldn't be an echo. You should still be able to hear us talking.
Yeah, let's try it. We've been wanting to do that anyways. Let's try that.
You just got to mute your mic.
She has a weird background. Hey, I thought he was fixing to give her a break and he was going to start painting his face. I wasn't sure.
Well, I don't think he's going to paint his face.
Thank you. Are we supposed to be able to hear?
I can hear him.
Oh, you can?
Can you hear me?
That. I heard. Can
you hear us now?
Oh, yeah. I got you.
Okay. And can you hear us over here, TikTok? No. And it's working and there's no crazy echo or shriek.
No, there's an echo and it's okay. I mean, There, I can mute it on that side. I don't know if you can still hear us.
I can hear him. I can.
Yeah, no, it's just because your phone's right next to it. It's picking up the background noise. Not background noise, but it's picking up her phone.
Well, there's the thing for the phone, the blue thing. Where is it?
Blue thing?
It's a holder, like a holder thing.
Oh yeah.
Well, see, now there's not an echo. Whatever you guys are doing, there's not an echo. I could hear.
That is so cool. There's music playing. There's us on the TV, kind of in the subtle background. There's TikTok, and then there's my phone.
Oh, you got us up on Roku right now?
Yeah. Well, I got you on YouTube.
Us. Oh, on
you
YouTube.
Want to see it?
Oh, well, on YouTube. I mean, YouTube's YouTube. Oh, yeah. I was curious about, man, what's it like having her face that big when all you got to do is see her?
There's definitely a lag on
your wall. I thought you were giving her. I thought she was taking a break.
Well, I'm trying to get it set up so we can do that.
Yeah, he needs to.
Okay. Break.
All right, hold on. Let me get these lines in here because this is wet right now.
Sheila, she's doing good. Better than. She have a better more.
Can you hear him, Ray?
Yeah, I'm hearing.
Oh, good. And there's not an echo. So whatever they did, that it's working.
Say hi, Noah.
Hi.
Hey. Yeah, see, we can hear you, and there's not an echo now.
There's just a lag on the screen.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just real short.
No, that's easy.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is very different than the last time we tried to do this, Grizz. You remember?
I do. It was all over the place.
Was I here the last? Was that the last time when we did it? Y'all were doing that so late at night.
Might have been.
It seemed like it was 11 or midnight or later here in Biloxi. So from the east, Tampa, man, it would have been even later.
Yeah, they're Eastern time, so it's not late for me.
And maybe we saw the end. Maybe we saw the end of it, or the final result was the next morning. Maybe.
Oh yeah, no. After she's done with everything,
yeah.
She does pre-records before she starts painting,
right?
And then she'll make the videos after that.
Right.
And once I get those minute clips, then I'll post it on every platform, on YouTube, on everything.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Stations MB Radio, Big Grizz Show,
Radio,
and Lady Liberty Foundation. Larry, you have lost your mind.
What is happening right now? You're not a walrus.
Stop that.
Oh, good.
I thought he was gonna get camoed up like he was going bow hunting or something.
I'm not 100% sure what's even going on there right now.
I'm not either. Well, I guess we could get some.
Well, now I know you were expecting makeup, but you that's about all I got.
All right. Okay.
I mean,
hey, this is pretty funny though, seeing you on the in the studio here and then seeing you over there.
Oh Lord, look at this! Look at this!
They go get camoed up.
Well, the thing is, I mean, if you're doing that, I can rearrange this and probably take TikTok off and just make him a big box. And if you keep your phones like that, then we can do that for Noel as well.
Whatever you think.
Whatever you think.
Let me see if it'll work. So we do this.
It looks like he might have had practice at this. I mean, it looked like he knows exactly what he's drawing up.
Remember the Warrior? The Warrior. The wrestling in WWE, the Warrior?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to tie some things around these guns and then I'm good.
Roger that.
I get to watch it.
Yeah. Oh, see this? If I do too much more, it's going to get me in trouble. You know what they'll call that, right? Don't say it.
Oh, I think I got it.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing now. I just really, this is why she does this and I don't ever.
Right. You hold the cameras and walk from room to room and act like Larry.
Yeah, maybe I should just keep this going. Get rid of this gray.
Or just put some paint over the gray. Be done with it.
Maybe. It works.
Actually, that works just like that. And then I don't have to have TikTok up. You just leave your phone there and we can all talk right through there. And there's not a lag or nothing. It just shows you right on the screen doing this. Except it's off to the side, so the phones might have to change.
How do I get this off?
What the heck? That's permanent stuff, Larry. You went out of the wrong pile, man.
Happy Red Friday.
Oh, no. I got to go put on my black hat. Sorry.
Oh, wait. I got to hit save so you guys can actually see what I did. Because you can't see what I did. I'm sitting here updating the layout, and I didn't hit save. So there. Now you can see.
Yeah, now, see, I wasn't seeing that. I was just seeing the small little.
Well, because you know how you can get in and you can change the layout on stream.
Right.
Well, you have to hit save or it doesn't save.
Okay, got it right.
But Larry, if you take your phone, because it's not picking up right the way it is right now, it's not picking up the yours. And if you did that and then her phone was right next to it, and as long as it's not picking it up, we don't even need to have TikTok up.
Yeah, and it looks like it's pretty dead on, right? It looks like
it's solid.
Hey, buddy. Thanks. Peyton must have been watching. He's like, get that off your face. Get that off your Hey, if you notice too, I'm trying to grow hair back. Let's think how that looks. Yeah, no.
I'm not used to it.
I don't know. Look, there's hardly that much on top.
I can actually see it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Yet. So, you're down to 4 viewers on TikTok, Noel. It's all my fault. My fault.
Hey, how many was it at?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. We got
probably thousands.
It fluctuates.
We got 8 right now between the YouTube channel. Well, I can't see what's on the Roku or nothing, but what I can see right now is we're sitting at 8 or 7 now. So I don't know where it's at on Roku or any of that stuff.
Right. So bright. How do you do this?
Well, my granddaughter watches Grizz every Friday.
There.
As soon as she gets on the bus.
Your granddaughter watches me, Stacy?
Yes. Caitlin does. She sure does.
That's cool.
That's awesome. That is really cool. That kind of gives me a big smile. That's pretty cool.
Well, we went to let's see, me and Busch Gardens, and we were standing in line, and I heard these girls whispering, and they're like, "That's that makeup girl, that makeup girl." And I walked over. I'm like, "What are you guys saying?" She's like, "See the makeup from TikTok?" And I was like, "Makeup effects by Noel." They're like, "Yeah, is that her? Is that her?" Crazy. It was funny. They were like watching videos. I'm like, "They're watching your videos." She's like, "No, they're not." I'm like, "They're watching your videos right now, trying to see if it's you."
Hey, it's impressive, man.
It's really weird.
I can see it.
When people are recognizing me on the river from my videos, but vets are finding me because of this.
Right.
It's crazy. It's really it's really weird when people come up. Are you that person? No. That's all I want to say. No, that's not me.
It depends what I said.
Are you,
yeah.
Are you that rainbow unicorn guy?
Hey, I got this. I got it on Roku now too, man. That's cool.
We're live on Roku?
Man is yeah, but right now Larry's speaking and not me.
Well, yeah, there's a lag.
That was weird. But anywho.
Huh.
I didn't even realize this TV up here above me had Roku. Y'all mentioned it, and then I saw it in the corner. It says Roku TV. I figured, let me turn that bad boy on. There it is. There it is. The Big Grizz, Lady Liberty, and Cousin Larry.
Yep, that's us.
That's funny.
It's really funny that it is that I don't know. It's interesting.
You know something too, Grizz, like I don't know, I was around when Noelle had like 205,000 followers before TikTok shut it down, and then she's been growing now, and there's she's known and you're known, and like I have a few followers or whatever, but I always think back to how important it is. It's not about how many people are watching you, are the right ones.
Right.
Oh, but I haven't even broke 10,000 on TikTok, but it's not people that I don't want following me. That's the fun thing is I get to pick and choose, and nope, and then you get the people that actually mean something, that are legit people.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we get the calls, Grizz. We get the calls from first responders that are ongoing through trials of life, and it really feels so good when you're able to, and not necessarily even talk somebody off, but just take somebody out of whatever mindset they were in and into a more positive and better mindset, or hear them laugh, when they were about to cry, or, like that is so rewarding, and it makes so much sense. And I just want to say, Red and Grizz, both of you, I love you guys, and I'm so proud to be a part of what you're doing. It's to just know that we're doing this for absolutely all the right reasons. There's not a dollar going in my pocket. I don't know about you guys, but there's this is all just out of love and care for our brothers in arms and our vets and first responders. And it's an amazing thing.
Hey, whether they're watching it live or catch it later on, whatever it. And then, hey, but if you get to see this, and I can't wait to, just like that last time when we got to see the finished product with the music and everything, it was like, wait a minute, I saw that being put together. That's cool. That's good stuff. And then this right here being for the 9/11. Hey, that's a big deal to me. Big deal to me.
Yeah, it should be a big deal to every single red.
Everybody, especially if you're 20 years old or older.
Yeah, it should be something important to everybody. Hey, Terry, it is very true that you reach the right ones, not the bots or people that want to talk crap. And Terry, the link to the studio is in the agent chat. If you want to jump in and say hi, it's there for anybody in there.
Red.
Yes, sir.
Is it hot in Biloxi right now?
I don't know. No, it has been terribly hot, man. But we've been getting rain the past 3 days. If it hasn't been raining hard, it's been misting at least. So it's humid outside. That almost a steamy feeling when you go out on the patio, but it's a lot more tolerant than it was last week. It's in the 80s, I mean.
Oh shit! It's been in the 90s here the last 2 days. Reminds me of damn Florida without the.
Hey, but Grizz, it's raining, okay, and the heat index is probably 95 or 98. So I mean,
yep.
And then if it stops raining, the sun starts coming out. Then be better to look out and get your butt inside.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm adapting pretty quick to Florida, from Oregon, right? Which is like up by Grizz's temperament, and it's I'm adapting quickly. I'm appreciating the sun. I love shorts and tank tops and being comfortable. So like all of that I'm used to from growing up in California and then now here. But there's days when I'm outside for a few more minutes than I normally would be, and I'm like, this is stupid.
It'll zap you too.
Stupid, hot, and dumb. Like, why would anybody want to live here? Like there's moments where you're just like, this is just dumb. Hey. And then there's other times when,
It's just right
See
on.
the-
Yeah. Well, hey, my wife and we're flying out to Puerto Rico next week, and then we're going to go on a cruise, Royal Caribbean, and and I'm thinking, I've been sitting here at the house and I'm avoiding the heat, man, staying inside as much as I can, and then we're fixing to go out there and just get right up in it for vacation. It's like it don't equate, you know what I mean? But it'll be fun nonetheless. We'll enjoy it and get to take a lot of pictures and share it with everybody, which that'll make it well worth it right there.
Yeah,
but it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot. Well, Grizz, is Terry gonna come up on here with us?
I don't know. I don't know.
I thought maybe she would. I hadn't seen her live in a couple weeks.
Welcome in, Dale.
Has anybody been to the new tribute to the 9/11 towers?
I haven't been to the new one, no.
I haven't. I'd love to go up there. Love to check it out.
Right. Yeah, me too. Once again, anybody that's on here or on either any of the platforms, if you or a loved one or someone that you lost during the 9/11 attacks, if you want to post a blue heart and message to anybody in here on either platform, and we're going to compile a list that's going to be incorporated into one of her tributes. So if you'd like to memorialize them in that way, you're welcome to do that. We're happy to. What song jumps out to you since 9/11 that is the most patriotic? There's a few of them now. So which is the most patriotic song birthed from 11?
Daryl Worley, do you remember?
That's big.
That's all about 9/11.
Yeah.
You look like you didn't think about that song. like you didn't know about it.
Yeah.
That's an awesome song. I hadn't thought about that song. I hadn't heard it lately either.
Yeah. What about you, TikTok? What's one song that stands out to you that was born the tragedy in 9/11? And then Red.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about your show.
Well, I've got a couple shows, okay? But of course, I've got the travel show, Just Go Travel Show, but that plays on Monday nights at 6:00. But the one that's really close to my heart and means the most to me is the Freedom from Struggle podcast, and that's on Saturday afternoons at 3:00. Runs from 3 to 4. Most times an hour long. We have been asked to continue going a couple times, which we have. But I try to bring on a guest. It's about recovery. It's about hurts, habits, and hangups, and but looking at it as a recovery through faith-based type of, biblically, biblical scripture, and but through a faith-based 12-step recovery program. I also lead a recovery group, and that's kind of what leads me to do that in a sense. And then I just want to share the Lord, and share what He's done in my life, and several others that I know of that have been boisterous about it. I don't like to hide it. I can't keep it a secret, so I just really enjoy sharing that. And it's like we say it's not just for the addict, not just for the alcoholic, not just for the person that suffers from PTSD, but everything, right? I mean, from any type of hurt, habit, or hang up. And that's what it's about.
Nice. I did I think I did 9 of the 12 steps, and I remember one thing, like I wasn't even really like born again or had
She's waiting for you to move
and have
lost her seat.
I didn't find
musical chairs.
She's like, let me paint. Okay, now you move. Now I'll finish. Now finish your story.
How are you going to be on the phone if your phone's there?
I am. We're on it together. We're in this together.
Ow,
We're in this love together.
No, it actually how
better mute myself again.
Noel works amazing because we don't get the echo from TikTok, and you can still hear us, and we can still talk to you.
Oh, good.
And yeah, Stacy's still there.
Okay. Can you fix this
So what?
to make it do what it needs to do? Hold on, no, because oh god, Larry, hold on.
Where you at, Larry? Hey, Larry.
Push it forward because it's gonna come out of it's gonna pop out of there. I'm so crazy. That's really bright.
Hey, Grizz.
Yeah.
Dale.
I'm going to have to excuse myself for a few minutes. I have to go dine. It's time to dine here in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Oh, it's time for dinner, supper.
Yeah, Mama's calling. So, and if I don't get down there, man, I'm going to be starving Marvin. You know what I mean? So, I got to go do that thing, man. Go get fed. So look, hey, I'll come back with y'all if you'll let me join back in. I'd appreciate it. And
of course.
Okay, all right. Well, hey, peace out, everybody. We'll see y'all in a little bit. And I know, hey, it'll be really cool because there's going to be a big change in the picture by the time I get back. You know,
and
the work is done. Lady Liberty. All right, y'all have a good one.
All right, I'm gonna talk to you soon, Red.
And then here's Peyton.
What's up, dude?
So,
why do you look like you were sleeping?
You're literally on Roku, Amazon Fire, and right now.
That's cool.
Right now, you're on TV.
Oh, it's crazy.
I'll tell people where to send for your signatures. You there, Grizz?
I am.
There she is.
Yeah, I had to. You walked away, so I brought the TikTok back up. We just can't hear her on with it like this.
Yeah, I'll put it back. That's what I was gonna do. Does that work?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. So what I'll do is I'll do this, and hey, there's another one. Hey, Amber, I got some rearranging to do real quick, but you're in here talking with me, Larry, and Noel.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
So you guys know who Amber is. She has the Into the Weeds podcast on Sundays.
Yes, Sunday nights.
I think we've met before.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, she's been in all of the lives that we've done with Noel. and Terry has too. I'm waiting on her. I think she's coming back.
Okay. So what are we talking about?
We're just talking about 9/11 really.
Okay.
It's a 9/11 tribute.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what this one is.
It looks so good.
Can you bring her up on the big screen? That way we can.
I'm doing it right now. I'm adjusting it.
Okay. Can you get you in there, babe?
There we go.
Yeah, I had to mess with the because I'm going back from her TikTok and bringing it up to now Larry's phone's just there. Now they can actually hear us talk this time, and we don't have the echo like we've had in the previous lives we've done with her like this.
Okay,
so now
that's awesome.
Hear us and talk to us.
That's awesome.
And I don't even know what to think. When she started this, Red was on here, and it was legit just the points. And then I had my guest on for today, which was the TFO team lead for Washington. And we did our thing and brought her back up. And it was just like, whoa, it's changed so much.
Really, I took my time picking this out because I wanted it to be I wanted people to feel it. You know, there's a difference between seeing art and feeling art. And I wanted it to be something that people could actually connect with and be like, yeah, okay, I totally get that. So this is coming in.
Well, what I'm excited about is it's said that it would be in a similar style to the Coast Guard video. One of my favorite tributes that she's ever done.
I don't think that looks like the Coast Guard one.
No, just the shading and how she's kind of how it's
okay.
I think it's gonna go everywhere like that one did.
I don't know. She looks like a Thomas. She looks like she can paint like Thomas Kincaid. I don't know if you know who that is, Amber.
Oh yeah, I know who that is.
Or the colors, it really looks like it glows. And I'm still waiting on a painting.
I know. I got you.
Yeah, I know.
Been busy. I know
I
that.
was actually looking at the highlighting that she's doing there, and I was like, wow, it really does look like it's 3-dimensional and everything.
It's insane how well she is. Wait, I mean, you should see her. Like she does hand painting on canvases too.
Oh wow, I'd like to see that.
She did a Harry Potter one that, I mean, I about crapped myself looking at it because it really did look like a Thomas Kincaid. Like you'd walk into a Thomas Kincaid gallery and see it hanging there.
So is there a place where we can buy your art?
I have an Etsy shop. I just haven't put anything up on there. So, but
okay,
I normally write out. So
okay,
normally get posted.
okay.
So yeah.
I didn't know you had an Etsy shop.
Larry made it for me. I think he called it Homegrown Fancy or something. I don't know. I was like, okay, sure.
Well, hey, Amber, good thing you know a guy that kind of knows them.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I love art.
Me too. It's definitely something that connects people, and that's super important.
She did a painting, and I got to see the finished product when we were down there visiting them in July. And it was for a gentleman that had lost his wife. And she showed me the picture that was supposed to go on the canvas that he asked for. And you could look at it and see that it was a painting, but you couldn't tell a difference between the picture and what she painted on the canvas for his wife. It looked identical. It's insane.
Oh, wow.
It's really weird. I don't understand where talent like that can come from because I don't have it, but I can go catch a fish.
But you know what, Grizz? I honestly, just from being here and seeing her art and the way her mind works, I don't think she's even close to tapped into the potential that she has because of some of the little doodle things and the little thought process that I've seen. Like, I can't wait to build a studio, go all out and do all kinds of art.
Instead of doing a unicorn for me, I'm sure you're good at picking up stuff and finding it on the internet. See if you can do like a Bob Ross painting of like lakes and mountains with a guy fishing, and you can try and use a picture of me doing it with a bent rod, because the tug's the drug, so it's got to have the rod up like I'm fighting a fish.
Yeah.
In a river.
Yeah.
I add a unicorn like mask on him while he's doing it.
Mask.
You can, because I definitely have videos out there of me fishing with my unicorn mask on.
Gosh,
and then you can make the water like it's glittery rainbow all underneath him.
No, that'd be awesome. There's actually, I don't know if you guys have heard of Fishing with the Odds. He's a big YouTube guy. I was at a fishing for TFO. It was a Brewster Pool event for sockeye salmon, and I was out there and I was just messing around. So I put my unicorn mask on, and I was standing up in the boat, and all of a sudden my rod went off, and the guy's like, "Pick up your rod." So I had the mask on, and I'm fighting the fish the whole time as the Fishing with Odd guys are trolling right next to me, videotaping me in a unicorn mask fighting a fish.
That's awesome.
That interesting. Hey, there's Terry.
Larry's right there.
No, Terry.
Oh, she's coming in?
Yeah. Hang on.
Should I restart this live?
Go ahead.
Because it's like 2 people in here. And I don't know if those kids did something that they weren't supposed to do to it.
So TikTok, we will hop back in just a moment.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Well, stay on. You can stay on your phone. We can still watch. Hey, Terry, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
No, I'm doing great actually. Larry, so I don't know if you two know when 2A asked us for help with that Marine vet. Do you remember which one I'm talking about with the funeral and stuff? I don't know if they can hear me.
I remember that.
That was Terry that helped me with that.
Awesome.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me yet? Larry.
I can hear you.
Okay, so Terry is the lady that helped us get that whole funeral stuff for that Marine vet.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you
You're
so
amazing.
That was pretty.
Fighting TikTok right now. Hold on. I gotta get my boxing gloves on and get it.
So how did that all go? I didn't really see any follow-up or any news footage or anything.
I
The
haven't seen
community just took care of him. I mean, they just all rallied around him. So they got everything they needed by just, word of mouth, knowing that he needed support. They just filled the place. So that's what's the good news story here, I think.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's truly amazing.
And
I tried to put you on my show, Larry, but you didn't answer my messages.
What happened?
Oh yeah, I remember now. Okay, have at it. I'm out of this one.
He's been
So just so you know, like I have kind of and I just posted a video on TikTok about it today. Like I've kind of just really taken a step back from everything and I'm regrouping just mentally and kind of getting just a lot of a new job, a lot of things going on. So I apologize. It wasn't intentional.
No, it's fine. I'm just teasing you.
She wants to get you guys on her show on Tracer Rounds, and I set up the group chat between the three of us.
Oh yes, I remember that. Okay.
So this is Terry. That's who wants to get you on there.
Okay, and that's on Messenger, right?
Right.
Yes.
But it's just whenever you have time. It's not pressing at all.
Well, we'd be happy to.
Thank you.
She got voted in as one of the station managers on MBR now.
Hey, congratulations.
Oh, good job.
Yes.
Well, it's definitely a learning experience. Trial by fire, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot. It takes a lot of time in it. It does.
It does.
I can't even imagine.
For Chris and all he's done for us and Joel, because there's a lot behind the scenes we never see.
I know all about it. I hear about it. He's been a busy man. I'm competing with Joel now on a regular basis with my bestie. So
nice.
Okay, wait. Let's get this right. Nobody's competing over me.
It's true, but it's a great cause, and I love to see what's happening with it, growth, and just sky's the limit, you guys. Just bear down and watch it go. I'm really excited for it. I know that we pray for MB Radio all the time, and lift it up and guidance and direction, and so and we're excited now too, like with Lady Liberty and Noelle's filling up to doing some more makeup, and so we can rebuild that side of it, and then with Grizz involved and all of us trying to do what we can do, just to help vets as much as we can in whatever small or grand way we can.
That's awesome.
Yes, it is.
We appreciate that. We need all the support. I'm going with one of the other podcasters. We're going to Atlanta at the end of this month, and Amber I think is going too. Going to Atlanta to help kind of network and market there with some entrepreneur groups, and maybe find us some assistance, some funding, some networking opportunities, just trying to get our message out there and, try to help as many people as we can, like you said, because really at the end of the day, it's about who all you help, not who all, is listening to you or whatever. It's who you're helping. And that's really what's important. So,
So I would love, now that you are a manager, and
oh no,
and you see, basically you see a whole nother side of MB Radio and what Joel and everybody's been working so hard at. What if you were in an elevator and you had to pitch what MBR is, what would you say to somebody that says, hey, so what is MBR?
I would say it's a network of kindred souls that are there to support the military and first responder community that works tirelessly around the clock, almost 24/7 to make the mission happen. I mean, like it takes the village, and it really is nonstop, because I'll see people up at all hours of the night doing different things, trying to support the mission and the cause. So I would have to say that, it's a network of people that really care.
Perfect. That was beautiful. What do you think, Grizz?
I would say the same thing. I mean, it was
pass the final test.
Of course. I voted for her. I mean, come on, I'm not gonna vote for myself.
Me too. I voted for it too.
I mean, the thing that I see with it is I think all our hosts should have that. Me and H have talked about it, that it might be a 3-6 month thing and then we vote on it. But I think all the hosts should be able to learn this side of it, the backside of it that me and Joel put so much time into, so they can truly understand that it's not just get on and do a podcast.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
There's a lot more than you expected, huh?
Right. And last night he was like, and this, and this, and this. And I was like, Joel, one thing at a time, my friend. Let's just do one thing at a time. Let me master that and we'll move on to the next thing. But I got these 3 things. Wait till you give me something else, please. And he just laughed at me. He thought that was pretty funny.
It is. There's a lot that goes in the backside of it, with emails and making sure everybody shows right and making sure everybody sounds right. I mean, I'm in and out of watching shows. Well, every single show. I'm either on Facebook listening, and if I see something's happening, and then I'll jump in and say something. And I mean, you witnessed it firsthand. Your computer went black on you, and I mean, you texted me right away. And I jumped in and had to. Everybody could see you. You just couldn't see yourself.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
So there's a lot. Joel H puts a lot more into it than I can right now. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely invested. I mean, he cares, and he's on a mission, and he won't stop. He's he's very diligent, and he's very steadfast in what he wants and what he wants to do for the veteran and first responder community. And I don't think anything will stand in his way. He's a steamroller.
He is, and he's been down sick this week, and he yelled at me today. Not really yelled at me, but I guess I picked the wrong destination or something. And man, he was right on it. He's Jordan, you can't do this. Okay, I didn't know I did. Sorry.
Facebook under radio and Big Grizz Show on TikTok. Also on YouTube under Show MB Radio and Lady Liberty Foundation. If y'all, we are for the first responders and veterans, and MB Radio is also a military broadcasting service with first responders and veterans as well. Y'all like to join in, call in, like, share. We much appreciate it. Much love to everyone.
She can hear us talking, right?
Nuh-uh.
To get voices heard, and so remember those who fall or fell.
Well, I thought she could hear us. I thought she had to.
You can.
So
she can.
So
thank you, Stacey.
Yeah, thank you, Stacey. So I was just thinking about that as well, just kind of plugging for what we're doing on TikTok and here as well. So Noelle's doing a tribute to 9/11 for all the fallen, and they will not be forgotten, especially with MB Radio here and Lady Liberty Foundation and Noelle. I just wanted to thank everybody for stopping in and taking a look. If you have a member of your family or friend, family, whatever, you have somebody you want to remember, if you can type into any of us or any of the chats, any of the ways you can get it in with the blue heart and the name, then it will go on a tribute video that's to follow after this is all completed. So we're just gathering a list, and that'll be included in the video to remember the loved ones that were lost on such a horrible and tragic day.
And for those of you watching our side of it, just put it in the comments, and I will make sure it gets to Noel to put those names on. If you had somebody close. On that note, you guys, you're listening to the Big Grizz Show. We're going to be here for a few hours. I'm going to take a quick break because, well, Jordan's got to pee. So it is what it is. It's got to happen. Coffee and water goes right through you. But you guys, stay tuned. Come back. You're listening to the Big Grizz Show on Roku TV and Amazon Fire Stick and every other platform that we post to.
Another regular day, nobody knows. It's that time he's coming home to them from a foreign land. He pulls up, his mama cries, looks at daddy with tears in his eyes and says, nothing feels better than this. Couple of months go by and no one sees. Something just ain't right, all he wants is peace. He needs help, but he don't know the path to take or the way to go to be free and put his mind at ease. We will help cause we can't stand to see a soldier go to God by their own hands. We will do everything we can to make 22 0 again. He gets help, but he still feels off. Sees an ad on the TV about a dog batting said, this is a man's best friend. Whoa, so he goes one day and he picks it up. Never thought a dog could bring so much love and put a smile on his face. But he's finally found a saving grace. He needs help, but he don't know the path to take or the way to go to be free. Put his mind at ease. We will help cause we can't stand to see a soldier go to God by their own hands. We will do everything we can to make 22 0 again. Whoa, whoa. He needs help, but he don't know the path to take or the way to go to be free. Put his mind at ease. We will help cause we can't stand to see a soldier go to God by their own hands. We will do everything we can to make 22 0 again.
This entire military is one cohesive, dedicated force. And the threats to our nations, they don't sleep. They're watching our every move. Iran, Russia, China, North Korea, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. They may be watching this right now. Our military should not be mistaken for a cable news gabfest show. We don't care what you look like. We don't care who you voted for, who you worship, what you worship, who you love. It doesn't matter if your dad left you millions when he died or if you knew who your father was. We have been honed into a machine of lethal moving parts that you would be wise to avoid if you know what's good for you. We will not be intimidated. We will not back down. We don't want war. But if you want war with the United States of America, there's one thing I can promise you, so help me God. Someone else will raise your sons and daughters.
Make it clear that the views expressed by our host are not the official stance of NBR views. Remember, this is all about having fun and enjoying the ride.
Find us on the web at mbradio.us.
Hey, welcome back to the Big Grizz Show, and we need to. What is with the picture next to your? Is that you? Oh. Hey,
that's Danny DeVito.
Oh wow, Larry, are you going back in there with your phone, or do I need to bring her up on the screen?
I'm going right back. Here we are.
Okay, I will rearrange this.
Thank you.
That's pretty funny, though.
My daughter is my co-host, and she's 23, almost 24, so that's her personality coming out.
Why isn't Laura in here?
Because she has been working all day, and she wanted to come home and chill.
But she put Danny DeVito on your screen.
Well, he's always there.
So, Stacey, I want to put 343 on
What
here.
just
'Cause that's
happened?
the fire department that came in. But I don't know where to put it.
Okay, Terry left. I'm so confused.
Because it looks like it's right.
Well, I'm doing I'm wrapping that with, what we talked about.
Hello? Are we frozen?
No, we're not. I'm just rearranging it because Terry left. There. Can you guys hear me?
Tattoos on the fingers.
Hello? Hello?
Good. I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Back.
You're good.
Tattoos on the fingers.
I don't know.
They'd be upside down.
Oh.
Wait, what? He wants to get his fingers tattooed?
No, I'm trying to add the numbers 343 because that was the station that came in during 9/11, and
Well, there's a bunch of them.
343 is
There's a bunch of them, though.
but 343 was the one.
So what are you guys trying to figure out?
Where to put it?
Where to put it?
I'd put it like Larry said. I'd put it right on the fingers. It wouldn't be upside down.
Knuckle tat.
And there's
a ring.
There are 3 fingers that you can do it on.
343. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I got my fingers tattooed, and they're only upside down when I look at them, but when everybody else look at them, it's normal.
That would be upside down, though.
To me, it's upside down if I were to go like this and look at my hand, but if you're just looking at it, it's right. So upside down to me, unless I go like this. Look at my fist.
Okay.
Is it weird to see you out there on TV?
No, I'm not looking.
You don't want to see the TV with you on Roku?
It's just
The Roku's at 17,400 viewers, by the way.
ADHD brain with all these different streams going on. I'm
What?
just like,
17,000?
Is that what you said Roku's at right now?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was like, what?
Well, I was going to say, for one, I don't think you can see the viewers on there, but I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know how to see the viewers on that. I don't even know if Joel can.
I think he can because he asked one day for everyone to go on and see if he could see the numbers jump or not.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll ask. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
No.
I'll just be like, hey, Siki. Whoa. Let's see. Where is it? There he is.
A gangster Lady Liberty.
Yeah. She's a G.
I like it.
She's a straight up G. I'm gonna fix this for her.
Can you see how it looks on the? Because it's reverse on TikTok.
Yeah, there's the paintbrushes are in the way, but yeah, we can pretty much see it.
Oh yeah, you can see it.
Oh. Well, they have your screen up because you.
I can definitely see it when I move the phone
Oh,
thing around.
yeah, we see it.
TikTok, yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks good.
I'm just at a loss how she can do this. I really am.
I think you should be on this one, and then I should be on the TikTok.
I'm
Because
good.
it's a lot
They
of
can-
cameras.
They don't want to look at me.
They do. They need you.
They can hear me.
A lot of cameras. It's only 2 cameras.
Well, he's got the TV on, so I consider that like 3.
That's not a camera though. I mean, you can-
Yeah. Way to intimidate her.
I don't think she gets intimidated on this aspect.
Oh, okay, well that's good.
She does it. She's a badass.
I challenge myself with this kind of stuff. I don't know why, but I'm like, I bet I could do that.
Well, and if you look at the videos, like if you go to the original TikToks, especially with the branches and stuff like that, branches of the military, and then
guys
you look
like
at the
it?
new version,
I like it.
so different. The new versions show all kinds of.
See that even gives it a more edgy look with the numbers on the knuckles.
Good job. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
I wish I had a skill like that. There is no way I could do anything like that.
Sometimes I get in my head and I'm like, no one's gonna want to see this. This is weird. Whatever. blah, blah. And then I get people that come on here and they give me like the reassurance that, you know, God's using this for a purpose.
Mhm.
Because I had one come on here in tears thanking me for the tribute to her son that passed away by overdose of fentanyl.
Oh no. Mm-hmm.
I can really make you nervous, and I can tell you how many views your videos get on YouTube.
Go for it.
Anywhere from 5 to 2,000 views.
Oh, now?
500 to 2,000 views.
That's good.
On all shit. Not to mention, Pippi gets on there every time I post a video and likes it. My
Who?
daughter is Harlow.
Oh, Harlow.
Her nickname's Pippi. I've called her Pippi since the first day I met her. She looked like Pippi Longstocking when I met her. The outfit she was wearing, everything. And I looked at her and I said, "You're going to be forever known as Pippi to me."
Oh, I love Pippi Longstocking.
Thank you.
I'm that old that Pippi Longstocking is actually relevant to me. So
I
grew up watching it.
couldn't wait to come out. I love Pippi Longstocking.
Are you being serious?
Absolutely.
Pippi Longstocking is coming to something. I
Well,
don't remember the song, but
I thought
yeah.
it was so cool that Dad was a pirate. I remember. being
Yes.
Cool if my dad was a pirate.
pirate.
Yeah, that whole storyline was so intriguing to me because I had some weird people that I was around as a kid, so it was very interesting.
Hey, where do pirates go to shop?
The booty store.
The secondhand store.
The booty store.
Well, they
Do they?
Have you?
their money. It's booty. They call it booty.
Yeah.
You didn't know booty. But booty
That is kind of what pirates call it. Just
Yeah.
like popcorn, it's called booty something.
Okay, now you guys are from Tampa, so you guys should know the Gasparilla.
I've never been, but I know about it.
Oh, really? Okay. Have you
Well-
guys ever been to St. Augustine?
I need to take him there too.
I love that place.
I And I did just have surgery.
Mm.
Sorry, I didn't take the St. Augustine.
Why? We were down there in July.
And
I've been to St. Augustine. I'm just flipping you crap.
It's got an amazing haunted prison to go tour.
Oh my god.
That haunted stuff's fun. I like that. It's just the get worried. Okay. What just happened?
StreamYards is so weird.
StreamYard acting up?
Yeah, I really think it is, because I was on with so many different people yesterday, and it was acting up on everybody's end.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder what's going on with it.
I don't know, because Joey had fiber optics and it was still messing up with him.
That's the first that this has happened for me, so
yeah, we had it really bad yesterday.
But I mean, good thing I can just do that. We can't talk to her, but we can watch until Larry jumps back on here. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
I know Joel had said StreamYard's acting up, but I mean, this is the first. I mean, even in the last 3.5 hours I've been doing this, that's the first time that's happened.
Oh wow, because Joey and I did a whole hour last night and we barely got through anything because it was so disconjointed. It was terrible.
I wonder what's going on with it.
Don't know.
It's really that's really weird. Unless he got a phone call or something, which that's a possibility.
Yes.
Where'd you go? What's your show about this week?
Well, this week I am supposed to be interviewing Para Women Radio, a woman who is into paranormal investigations and true crime. And we are going to be talking about her interview with Lorraine Warren and probably just about true crime and, between the Watts and Gypsy Rose and all kinds of different cases.
Wow. So that Warren, she's the one that started the whole what's it called? All that paranormal stuff, right?
Well, not that she started it, but she is the woman who's portrayed in the Conjuring movies.
Yeah,
and
her and her husband.
Yeah, and so they were demonologists hired by the Catholic Church to go in and investigate hauntings. So, Para Women, which her name is actually Amy Williamson, she actually had an interview with Lorraine Warren. So that's a huge sought after interview, and Lorraine's passed now. So, so it'll be interesting to hear what she has to say about that.
So did this lady that you're going to be interviewing, and you guys, Into the Weeds is on Sunday at, I forget what time.
6 Central Standard Time, or what is it? 7
Eastern.
Yeah, 7 Eastern.
Okay. So you guys look it up. That sounds like a very interesting one.
Yeah.
So you get to talk to somebody that actually had met Lauren?
Well, she talked to her on the phone and had an interview with her, but also she does paranormal, or she has done paranormal investigations in the past.
Really?
Yes.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yeah, and as a Christian, I know it kind of sounds like it doesn't go together, but I'm trying to explore, my paranormal experience, trying to figure out, what the heck happened and make sense out of it. So I like to talk to people who explore those issues just to get a little more information and insight into it all.
That's awesome. I don't know what's going on there. I think I can unmute this. We can hear them, but they can't hear us.
Okay.
So we can at least hear what they're talking about. They just can't hear us. Until Larry comes back.
Now, I was hearing you talk. earlier about fishing. Now, are you like an actual like professional fisherman or like pro or?
I don't get paid to fish, but I fish all the time.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were in like a league or whatever that is.
No, fishing's like my piece. So
Okay.
I mean, I'm known around this state just because of my fishing.
Okay.
But I do a lot with TFO and helping get vets out and stuff like that.
Now, what is TFO?
The Fallen Outdoors.
Okay.
They're nationwide. There's probably a team in your state that you, being a vet, you can get on there and they'll randomly have like duck hunts or any type of foul hunt or fishing or big game hunts, and vets can get in there and put their name in and they'll do a drawing, and if you get picked, you get picked, and it's free of charge except for the license.
Oh, that's awesome. I'll have to sign my husband up. He's a veteran and he would love to do something like that.
Yeah, and then for Christmas they do what's called a 25-day giveaway. So every day, some team or a person in TFO puts something on Facebook, and they do a random a pick and 1,000+ names in it. And then they randomly pick a person, and that's who wins.
That's awesome.
Actually, last year won a bunch of jigs from me.
A bunch of jigs from him?
From me. I donated a bunch of jigs, and he won them.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
I think he's from the Mideast, if I remember right.
Now, do you actually make jigs?
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My parents and my brother all love to fish so much so that, I mean, it was like one of the biggest parts of their lives. They've all passed since, so I have a tattoo of an elephant fishing.
Yep, I don't want to listen to that. But yeah, no, I do a lot of outdoor stuff. Like right now is my big fishing season because it's salmon season. And when I can go, you can bet I'm at a river or I'm fishing somewhere because I got to fill my freezer. I got to get meat in my freezer because we eat a lot of fish.
Okay. Yeah, I'm allergic to it.
Yeah, no, I'm glad I'm not, because I love catching the fish and then killing the fish and then taking it home and eating it, because it just gives you that sense of, I don't know, I did it myself. I didn't go to the store and buy it, you know?
Yeah, no, I get that.
Like hunting, you drop a deer, you want to eat it. It's like, it just gives you that sense of accomplishment, I guess. You know, knowing I can go fish and, you know, bring it home and freeze it and I can feed, you know, my family, you know, it's good. I like it.
Okay. Yeah, my husband likes to hunt, but he hasn't actually like hunted to actually fill the freezer or anything like that.
That's my whole goal is that's what I try to do. Anyway.
Yeah.
We're eating a lot more fish now than we were. So I got to put more, I got to keep it in the freezer. And I only get a couple months. Well, usually now until February is my fishing season.
You can fish all the way till February in Washington?
I could fish year round if I wanted to. But the big salmon and steelhead push is August to February. And I mean, that's a prize fish. That's what I like. But I can go lake fishing and get crappie and bass and all that and do the same thing.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking about the weather. Obviously, I've never been to Washington, so I don't know, you know, what it's like year-round fishing. But I just assumed that you would only have a few months out of the year to actually do that.
Oh no, you got all year if you're willing to stand in the rain and the snow. And just like yesterday, I was out fishing. It was 90-some degrees out. We went swimming. We were in the water and then fish. I mean, it got hot.
Yeah.
But you know, last week I was wearing my waders and a rain jacket because it did nothing but rain on us. So, I mean, I've been fishing in 2 feet of snow and it's snowing, and dude, that is so peaceful. Oh, it is. It's so silent.
I
And
bet.
then you're out there and you're fishing in the snow. It's something else.
I would imagine that'd be actually kind of eerie.
It's so fun. It's so relaxing.
Hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's the part about it.
yeah. My dad loved fishing so much he would get in these waders, but it would be like a whole bodysuit to where it would go up over his shoulders.
Mhm.
And he would have an inner tube, and he would just go out into the pond or the lake and fish all day like that.
Oh yeah, I have chest waders.
Oh, okay.
Straps that go over my shoulders. Do I wear them all the time? No, it depends on the weather.
Okay.
I mean, if it's raining, I'll wear them because then it keeps the
Yeah.
rain from down your butt crack. It helps keep the rain away.
Yeah.
Try to stay as dry as you can, but I mean, I've been fishing in what seemed like a freaking monsoon, and it didn't stop. It just dumped and dumped and dumped, and it was one of the best days fishing we've had.
Oh. Well, I know from a kid, my parents always said go out when it's raining. That's when you're going to catch the most fish.
What?
What?
I didn't hear you. Sorry. You said something about I know you said something about fishing.
My mother and father used to tell me the best time to go out fishing is when it's raining because you catch the most fish when it's raining.
You know, right at the start when it starts raining, or at least I've noticed out here is right if it starts raining that day, it's like the best day you can get, but the day after that's probably going to be the worst day of fishing because the water changes, the temperature changes, and it makes the fish stupid.
Yeah.
And
yeah, but if, like you said, if you get out there right away.
Yes, because it's like a security blanket for them. They think that they can move, but then as soon as that water rises or lowers, and then the temperature changes and the barometric pressure changes, the fish they get dumb. It's like they shut off. They don't bite. They don't nothing, and it's just because the weather, because it changed so fast on them. But no, I love fishing. That's my thing.
Yeah, my aunt and uncle, they lived in a rock quarry, and there were probably about 5 ponds that were stocked, and we would spend all day, every day of the summers out there fishing.
Oh yeah, no, fishing. I don't know. Some people like hunting. Some people like little things that can calm them. Me personally, being out on the water, whether or not I catch a fish or not, I'm away from people, and I can think and fish at the same time. It's almost like it goes hand in hand. It's weird.
Yeah. Now, are you the type of person that usually sits still, or do you walk around? And
depends. It all depends. I'll go hiking. Well, you guys seen it 3 weeks ago, a month ago. We were hiking, and I took a really, really bad fall and busted the cartilage on my ribs because we were hiking down a hill, and that's why I was so sore.
Oh no!
I fell about 20 feet and landed on a stump, and it didn't break my ribs, but it shattered the cartilage in my ribs.
Oh.
And a stump caught me from falling another 100 feet into a gorge. So
oh no!
Can't really complain too much. But yeah, no, I'll hike, or I'll go we'll go to a river and I'll stand at the same spot and we won't move because the fishing's good right there. Or like we'll go fly fishing and we'll walk 10 miles a day up and down a river.
Yeah, I just wonder because my uncles, they would pretty much just stay in one spot, but like my mom and my dad, they would constantly be moving, and my brother would constantly be moving.
Well, my computer just made a weird ding. I'm not 100% sure what that was. So you're allergic to all fish, or is it a certain type of fish?
Well, it came out, it said, so my allergy test, it said fish, and then it said specifically even more trout and and then it said seafood and then shrimp. So so I'm assuming, yeah, pretty much allergic to all fish.
That's no fun.
Well, I don't like fish anyways. So the allergist actually told me, she asked me, is there one food that you have just been repulsed by your whole life? And I'm like, yeah, seafood. And she's like, I bet you're allergic to it. And I was like, oh, I doubt that. I couldn't be that lucky. Because when I was a kid, I used to always say, oh, I'm allergic to it. I can't eat it. And then come to find out I am actually allergic to it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, hey, we're going to take a break. I'm going to play another song. I think Noelle is taking a break too. She's got to take breaks off and on. So we'll see you guys back here in, let me find a song to play first, in about four minutes. You guys are listening to the Big Grizz Show, and we're live on Roku TV and Amazon Fire Stick and YouTube and Facebook and any other platform that you think that you can find MB Radio. That's us. So you guys stay tuned, come back. We'll see you here in about 3.5 minutes or so.
I might be young, wasn't born yesterday. I know all about her. It's all over your face. Did you think I was blind? Well, opinions are free. Honey, I can see more than what's right in front of me. I've got eyes in the back of my heart. I've been watching you tear my dreams apart. I knew from the very first day I could see the games you play. I've got eyes in the back of my heart. I know you think the world revolves all around you. That's why you walk on hearts the way you do. Like me, she's gonna find she'll never be enough. 'Cause men like you know nothing about love. I've got eyes in the back of my heart. I've been watching you tear my dreams apart. I knew from the very first day I could see the games you play. I've got eyes in the back of my heart. From the very first day I could see the games you play. I've got eyes in the back of my heart. In the back of my
heart. Opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views or positions of any entities they represent.
Find us on the web at mbradio.us.
Hey, welcome back to the Big Grizz Show, y'all. We got Noelle, Makeup Effects by Noelle. She is doing her 9/11 tribute, if you guys can't tell by that picture right now. She is live on TikTok, plus all the stations I'm on. But you guys, I mean, look at that. That started out from nothing. When she first started, we were just watching those points go up around her neck, and now, I mean, you can see it's just an amazing thing, amazing art that she does. We can't hear her because our other phone guy, that's her husband, I don't know what he's doing, but his phone was there so we could talk to her, but now we can't. So just you guys watch and just see the artwork that goes on. We have Amber, she's one of MBR's hosts with Into the Weeds.
Oh.
And she's actually got a big show coming up this weekend. If you would like to talk about it and let the viewers know, and you guys stay tuned and look into hers, Into the Weed podcast, same channels I post to. She'll be there, and this is definitely going to be one I want to watch too. So
yeah, no, we're having Para Women Radio on, and Amy is, like I said, a paranormal investigator, or she has been in the past. I don't know that she's doing that at the moment, but I'm always fascinated with people who do that. And because I have had paranormal experiences myself, I try to talk to as many people as I can to just kind of understand and hear their experiences.
So I know me and you have talked.
Mhm.
Do you want to share some of the paranormal experiences that you've had?
Sure. So my father, actually, okay, so my dad was a very sweet and loving, very kind man. And one day he showed up at our home, and he was a completely different man. From the way he looked, acted, and everything. And then he ended up taking his life at my home. And my son, who was 4 at the time, had found him. And after that, we began experiencing a lot of paranormal experiences. From weird, scary dreams that all of us were having at the same time, to weird, strange beings in my hotel room the night before his funeral, with his ashes sitting at the end of the bed. And then I've also been pushed twice, and I've had something taken out from underneath my leg that was underneath my leg. So I've had some really weird, strange things happen. And as a Christian, we're told to stay away from it. But what happens when it comes looking for you? And, what are we supposed to do then?
Yeah, no, I had an experience 12, 14 years ago, something like that. I was standing in my kitchen at the time at the house I was in, and the kitchen's got 2 openings, one on each end.
Mm-hmm.
And I was standing at the one next to the stairs, and all of a sudden a glass, I watched it, came out of the dish rack and was thrown at me and landed right at my feet. I was nowhere near it. There was only 2 people in the house, and my ex now at the time was on the couch in the living room, and I was 15 feet away from this glass, and it literally was thrown at me.
Oh, wow.
And it was one of the last times I was in that house.
I bet.
That was just like, what the hell? This is scary. I'm getting shit thrown at me, and it's not what I intend, not what I thought would be happening. And there's no earthquake, nothing like that, nothing that could pick a glass up out of a drying rack and throw it at you. I mean, it was very weird.
Yeah. Yeah. And have you, did you experience, or did you feel anything, or
that I wanted to get out of the house? I didn't know. It was a very, very weird feeling. And I just had to go. I couldn't be there no more. I was like, what is this? Why is this happening? I mean, I'm not going to say it was like me being scared feeling, but it was definitely an unnerving feeling.
Yeah, just one of those moments where it's WTF, what in the heck happened?
Let me repeat, it was a very malicious feeling.
Okay, yeah. And
It was
that's
centered at me.
Yeah, and that's kind of like, so since I've moved to Missouri and I've had the 2 instances where I've been pushed and something taken out from underneath my leg, I had never experienced anything like that before in my entire life. And then we move up here to Missouri, and everything felt fine. Usually I get like a bad vibe from a place when I go into it, and I know immediately I don't want to be there. But when I came into this house, I didn't feel that. But since, I've had these weird occurrences happen, and a couple of things have happened around the house too, to some of my family members, nothing as overt as what happened to me. But this is the first time where I've never felt like a weird feeling or anything from the place that I'm experiencing weird stuff from. So it's a little weird.
It is. It's just a weird feeling. I don't understand. It's creepy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to.
Yeah.
And then you tell people that and they look at you like you're stupid. It's like, no, I'm not making this up. It happened. I mean, it's not like I'm the type of guy that's going to be unnerved by something. But that one definitely had me feeling weird.
Yeah, no, and I was very hesitant to talk about it for a while. I didn't even I don't know if I haven't even told my therapist about it. I was seeing one, and then they changed me to another one, so I haven't told her about it yet. And so I don't know. I've just always been kind of like afraid to talk about it because, like you said, when somebody presents their paranormal story to me, sometimes I get the feeling of like, oh yeah, right, or whatever. I just don't, I just chalk it up to, oh, it could have been something else. But then I know I've experienced paranormal things, so why can't other people, And so I don't know. I guess when you get into these kind of topics, you just feel kind of weird talking about them. And I think everybody feels weird talking about them.
Uh-huh. Well, everybody, people look at you and they look at you funny, in my opinion, because it has happened to them.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I told you the other day, I grew up with my stepdad being a wizard, and so I had, some experience with occult activities and things like that. But it never prepared me for what I've experienced as an adult.
Right? It doesn't, and it's just one of those that just oh boy, she's putting color in it now.
Yep.
See how this goes. That blue, I don't know. It's amazing how she does this crap. I don't get it.
Yeah, I have a lot of family members who are very artistic, and I did not get that gene. It totally passed me. I can write a good college paper, but that's about it.
I got to write a freaking bio on myself again, and it's so hard to talk about yourself.
Oh yeah.
Because the gentleman that was on here with TFO, I might he's going to talk to his national president. I might be a guest speaker at one of their big banquets November 2nd.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, but I got to write about myself. And that's the hard part.
Yeah.
I'd rather have somebody else write about me and what I do than me talk about myself, because, well, for one, I don't have good grammar. Two, I can't type. It's going to take me probably 8 hours to type a paragraph.
You sound like
three,
my
I
husband.
don't like talking about myself. It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
But I don't know. I'll do it and see. I mean, maybe get a remote live or something and do a remote live out there.
Mm-hmm. That would be really cool.
It would
I'm
be.
wondering if when Terry and Joey and I go out to Atlanta, maybe we can do an impromptu live.
I thought Joe, hang on a sec. I thought Joe was talking about that, about doing something like that down there.
Yeah, I hadn't. I only just decided to go a couple weeks ago and bought my tickets the other day, so I don't
so you
really
guys are
know.
doing like a big run or something, right?
What?
So you guys are doing like some sort of run or something like that down there, right? I don't know what all it is.
No, my husband and I wanted to actually take the Harley out to Colorado to meet Joel and visit with him, but no, it's just as far as I know, it's just a military influence conference.
Sorry, I was talking to a buddy. He's here and he's getting ready to leave, so I was just letting him know what I was doing.
No, you're fine.
Sorry about that. Oh, we got like all sorts of comments coming up. Let's see. We got FOA. Let's see what they say. Oh, it's Terry. She said her show's on Tuesday. You guys tune in to Tracer Rounds Tuesday at 7:00 Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
And she said that you guys are doing a memorial run.
Oh, a memorial run. So what does that mean? Like with motorcycles? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm assuming running with your 2 feet. That's what I'm assuming that one means.
Thinking, hold on. I don't know what happened to my thing. No, I don't know. When you said run, I was just assuming MC world. Or motorcycle world. I don't know why I thought that.
I don't know. It'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I don't do that type of running anymore.
Yeah, me either.
Oh, you guys, no, it's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because it's 4:00 my time. Is when your show is, unless you changed it. I'm pretty sure it's Eastern Time, but no, I'm wrong. It is 7 p.m. Central. It's 8 p.m. Eastern because it's 5:00 my time. So you're right, Terry. I'm sorry.
See, trying to tell her.
Oh, that must be Larry. Oh, no, it's Terry. Terry.
It's all the same, Larry, Terry. It all sounds similar.
Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah, no, I was off. I forgot you changed your time.
Yeah, it's at 7 p.m. Central, so it's 8 p.m. Eastern. So what I was saying is there's a memorial run that's Wednesday morning while we're at the Mike conference, and so I convinced Joey to do the run with me because you're supposed to. It's a memorial run, and you're supposed to be running for, somebody. Fallen heroes, whatever you want to run for. So I convinced him to run with me on that. So he said, "Yeah, I just got to get in shape." I said, "Yeah, you and me too, brother."
Well, hey, that's
No
good
way,
for you
my
guys.
husband and I are running.
No, I haven't ran like that. Well, since I was in the military, I don't think I've ran more since I got out. I don't think I've ran more than 100 feet.
But we are gonna do a live while we're there because that is the same time my show's supposed to go. So we do plan on doing a live, and maybe we can get somebody, one of the speakers or somebody, to jump in or something, or maybe just some other people that are attending and kind of bring them into the conversation and just network that way. I don't know. We just plan to go live and to show what we're doing out there.
Right on. So how long's the run?
I think it's just a mile and a half, I want to say. It's no more than 2 miles, put it that way. I know that. So I started my Deemed Fit ambassadorship, so I got my Deemed Fit gear to wear. out there. Plus, I ordered some T-shirts for MBR, so hopefully those will be ready too, so we can wear them during the run.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I'm looking forward to that.
I'm so confused why it won't let him in. It's saying my live ended. It definitely has not ended.
No, it definitely has not ended.
No. I don't think it's going to end anytime. She's doing color now. She's
It looks amazing.
It does, right?
Yes, I mean, like I couldn't see it that well before, but now, I mean, it's really standing out and it's really looking pretty neat. It really is very creative and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, it blows my mind. And then the color makes it so much better. Well, I can tell you she's gonna be doing stars. I can tell she's definitely gonna be doing stars on the left side.
Yep.
On the blue. That will definitely be a part of it. There he is.
Amber jumped off.
Oh. Why did Amber leave?
I don't
All
know.
right, well, there's Larry.
There's Larry. Hi, Larry, you're back.
Yeah, hey, sorry about that. I had a really important call, and it was a really cool call. Noelle, did you say anything about it?
We can't hear her.
Oh, you want me to go back in there with her?
I mean, I have her up, obviously, but I have TikTok muted because, well, for one,
I got it.
There was somebody in there I didn't want to listen to, and two, she can't hear us when we talk to her.
Fair enough.
So you get that set up, and I'll take her down, and then we'll bring her up. And I'll go like this, and then I gotta change the layout again. Here. Oh, I guess I don't. I just have to hit the button. Even better.
Turn you back up. He's telling his 9/11 story. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead.
So, fast forward, he found out that I was not an American citizen. I was born in Canada.
Yes, you were born in Canada. Sorry, they're trying to say hi to each other.
We're listening.
Naturalized in order to join the military, and I lost my slot. So then an Air Force recruiter picked me up, and I went into the Air Force for pararescue. And then I washed out at 11 weeks because I have a rare condition where I don't have my full palate. So
Okay.
I can't stop water from going up my nose.
Oh my. That's gonna be scary. That's like drowning.
Yeah, I actually seen what they call seeing the wizard in selection school. Seeing the wizard is where you literally go black and hit the bottom of the pool, and divers have to pull you up.
Oh gosh.
If you do it 3 times, you get med boarded. I did it 3 times, and I got med boarded.
Oh my gosh.
But the best part, no, this is where it comes to my military career. The best part is you get to pick what you want to do. If you get med dropped, you get to pick anything that your ASVAB score will allow you to do.
Okay.
So I picked security forces in the Air Force. I wanted to be, I wanted to be a hard charger.
Okay.
And then I went into security forces. They basically are base security. If you're overseas, they secure the bases, they secure the aircraft. Well, we have different designations within security forces.
My ex-husband did that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
McDill actually.
Oh, wow. That was my last duty station.
Yeah.
So, but I went into an offshoot. It's kind of a designator in the career field, and it's called Dagger. It used to be the Ravens, but now it's Dagger, Deployed Aircraft Ground Response Element. So,
okay.
That's where my 9/11 saga began, because I had just got done with a deployment to Saudi Arabia. Now, what we do, our job is we fly with the aircraft, especially like the Spectre gunships, anything with top secret stuff on it, or anything with dignitaries, we fly with them. When it lands, we deploy, we guard the base, we guard the aircraft, we guard the dignitaries. I was in Saudi Arabia going back and forth between Qatar and Kuwait, on missions, and they decided, we're done with this trip, and we got back home. I got home, and I think I slept for about 14 straight hours, and then I got up to get my little girl off the bus.
Okay.
And that's when it happened. And my ex-wife called me and told me, she said, "Did you see that a plane just hit one of the World Trade Center?" I said, "Really?" I said, "What, is it pilot error?" And so I turned the TV on just in time to watch a second one. And I packed a bag, knew right then and there. Pager went off about 10 minutes later, and I said goodbye to the family, went in for a 48-hour brief, and immediately started getting on Noble Eagle missions, which was technically stateside, but we were not stateside. We were flying with AWACS, we were flying with AC-130s, we were flying with KC-135 area refuelers, because obviously if one of these things have to make a landing, we're under a terrorist threat. We were just attacked. So
right.
I did that for about 3.5 weeks, and then I was told anytime we got on a plane, we were supposed to go full kit. So I got on a plane, went full kit, and I ended up in a place that I had never even heard of before. And it was Karshi-Khanabad, Uzbekistan.
That's a lot of.
Yeah.
One second, guys. We got a couple that's in the queue. I'm going to let y'all in as soon as he's done with his story, because if people overtalk each other. So I'm trying to avoid that. And once he's done, then I will let another one in, okay? Thank y'all for your patience.
I just wanted to come in here and pay mad respect to you. My bad. I just wanted to come say hi to everybody and show you my drawing that I'm working on.
It's amazing. It's gorgeous.
Well, wait until it's done. It look better. But we're gonna go to the store get some food so we can cook. But hey, Noelle, she said that she loves your drawing.
Aww. Hi. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you.
What's up, Jesse? I was trying to get a little corner in.
And mad respect, man. That was awesome. That was
Jesse.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll be back in a little bit, and I'll be in the comments. Just
Okay.
Okay. Here, can you get your phone? Sorry.
Okay, Chad. All right. So,
You don't want the phone there?
Huh?
She doesn't want the phone there?
Well, it's just really close. It's a weird angle. She feels bad not looking at it.
Oh, it don't matter to me.
The first about 7,000 people that landed there, we were exposed to chemical warfare, chemical weaponry, stuff like mustard gas. There was even detection of some sarin. We were definitely exposed to depleted uranium.
Wow.
The reason the PACT came is it took 300 soldiers dying of stomach cancer before they realized something was going on. So,
Wow.
And myself, I've had to have my gallbladder removed, part of my bile duct, half of my thyroid, because I have nodules that are popping up everywhere. So far, thank God they have not been cancerous, but that was a fast forward. But so we stayed in Karshi, Uzbekistan for 6 months, and we were running missions out of there for the HC-130 Spectre gunships, and we were also running Blackhawks and Pavlos, and most of your special operations units were running out of there.
Okay.
Since we had active pararescue units, we had active combat control units, we were there as a beef up security to take care of the perimeter and things like that.
Yeah.
Didn't turn out that way. It turned out that we did not have enough Ravens over there, so we started taking missions. And those missions started taking us into some of the places where, early on, where we knew the strongholds were. The people that were involved, we couldn't get the guys direct. Now, I say we. I'm not trying to take credit for what these other guys that were ground-mounted did. I was 9 times out of 10 in an aircraft or sitting in a high-ground position where nobody could see me.
Right.
So I do not want to take away, because these guys, you think you've seen it on TV. It's nothing until you see it in real life. And just to watch them operate was a thing of beauty.
Tell you, that day, it was a rough day for everybody in America. It was bad. It was real bad. I cried. I was crying.
That just kind of fast forwards me to where, to being in Afghanistan and Uzbekistan. Well, Uzbekistan to begin with, and then when they ramped up operations in Bagram, we moved down to Bagram and started operating out of there. And that took me right at about 17 months being gone.
Wow.
And it was right around the time they started ramping up and getting ready to go into Iraq. So we lost a good portion. We lost the 10th Mountain. We lost a good portion of the 82nd. We lost a good portion of the 101st. I mean, they stripped us down. And it was at that point when, right around 2005, when Operation Anaconda hit and things really started ramping up again. And I was getting ready to go to Iraq, and I'm not ashamed to say that my enlistment was up, and I did not want to do another war. I went in 1993. So I went into my first combat operation in 1994. Well, I didn't go into combat, I should say. It was a combat operation that I was supporting. But in 1996, I was in Kobar Towers when it was bombed. I was in Building 134, and Building 130 was blown up. Wow. As a matter of fact, I have some pretty amazing pictures of it that, from what I understand, I have the only copies of.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was, obviously it was a terrorist attack, and it was Al-Qaeda. This is when we first learned who Al-Qaeda was. We had really no idea who it was. And if you remember, that was also the same year that the Olympics were bombed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in Atlanta, wasn't it?
Yep. So my career took me through, and I was actually going to get out just before 9/11 when my enlistment was up, and I re-upped on what's called a stop-loss contract for 12 months, and agreed that I would go in the reserves after the stop-loss contract if they let me out of it. And I just decided at that point that no, I couldn't leave the guys, because we're such a small community that you only operate with maybe 100 different people all together, and you become pretty close and you develop some pretty good relationships. And 2 of the guys that I've gotten really close with, I just didn't want to leave them, and so we all left together. But one of them went back to Jalalabad, and he was tragically killed in a roadside bomb. And my other friend, he was in Baghdad, and he was on a mission. Got off the aircraft, secured his position, and he walked right in front of an IED.
Oh.
So, and they were these guys were well, I don't say their names because it's not like it's secretive. And John Self, that was him, and I went through basic training together. We went through the Security Forces Academy together. He actually washed out of another program, and we ended up being in the same Security Forces Academy. And then the other friend of mine was Joseph Lem, and he was my spotter. we worked in what they call CPET, close precision engagement teams, and he was my spotter. And it was my spotter for every single mission for almost a year and a half. And so, you know, you get really close with somebody like that. You get to know their family and their names, and so
Right.
you know, they were along my long list of casualties from 9/11.
Hey, you know what? I know you can hear me, and I don't want to cut him off, but there is another show that's getting ready to start in a half hour, so I got to clear the space on the that for them too. But you guys, for those of you guys that are watching on watching the Big Grizz Show, you guys look up Lady Liberty Foundation on YouTube, and the final video when she's completely done will be posted on there.
But
so you guys have a great day.
And I was on my way, and I had to stop and get gas. And the guy came out and cleared everybody out of the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to Military Broadcast Radio. As we wrap up today's show, we want to remind you that the podcast of today's episode will be available right after we go off the air. So if you missed any part of the show or want to listen again, be sure to check it out. And remember, we're here to support and honor our veterans. Your stories and experiences matter, and we are